All right, let's get the stream started. Make sure everything's running smooth. Music sounding okay. Mic is going okay. And then, yeah. All right, everybody. Welcome to today's stream. You know what? Before I forget, I always forget that Blue Sky has this neat little online feature where you can announce that you're going live. Twitch.tv/RadleyWorks. We'll be live till 5 today. Or not 5. Jesus. Not till 5. Till 2. We're going to be live for 5 hours. Oh my goodness. That'd have been a while. All right. Perfect. Okay. All set up. Perfect. All right. Oh, good morning. This is a much earlier stream for me, as today I totally forgot is daylight savings time when that shiz starts. So we're up earlier than we normally anticipated for, because I was like, all right, you know, like my partner works, that's why I'm having the stream today, so I was like, we're trying to do it within their schedule, and I was like, oh yeah, 9 a.m. That's not bad. And then I was like, why does it feel earlier? And then I was like, oh, daylight savings time, bro. But anyways, we're fine. We're doing okay. So yeah, today is honestly just gonna be a chill art day. I got a good amount of stuff done that I needed to, well, quote unquote needed to. I got this fun little ref sheet done for my character, my little Sona that I have here, my PNG tuber. Because I'm getting to a point where I'm watching a lot of amazing art streamers and getting to potentially get like some free art drawn, some doodles, some sketches, and even some free commissions. Some of the artists that I follow here on Twitch have some really, really cool channel point redeems. So I wanted to get something done for that. And then I also got my lovely new profile picture. I got that done for all my socials, and I'm so happy with how it turned out. And I think honestly, drawing this really helped me kind of figure out a point of where I want my style to be at, where it's like, I've always kind of like been in a headspace where it's like, I wish I could draw more rendered and stuff like that. And I realized I'm like, you know what? I kind of like this more like comic graphics style that I've got going on for this. So this is kind of, I think this is the essence of where I want my style to be at right now, which is really nice. So yeah, so I did that not yesterday, but Wednesday. Oh my goodness. It feels so long ago, but also not so long ago. So yeah, so because I'm feeling a little groggier than normal because of daylight savings time, which I should have looked at the calendar and anticipated for, I am just gonna go ahead and do some chill art today, you know, just draw whatever I'm feeling like. And right now, what am I feeling like? What do I feel like drawing? I guess we'll just start off with some poses and see where that evolves into. But, oh, wrong. That's not what I want to sketch with. That's what I want to sketch with. But, yeah. Oh. Or my streaming service for my iPad can crash. That works. I've been so frustrated with this thing lately, because it's like, my last stream that I had, it did this very evil thing where it like auto updated in the middle of my stream, which I was very, very displeased with. And okay, we're back. Cool. But yeah, last stream, it did this evil thing where basically I had saw when I first opened it, it was like, oh, hey, there's an auto update that we need to do. And I was like, ooh, I'm about to stream. I don't know if that's the best thing. I don't know if I want that. So, I was like, okay, we're just gonna wait till next time until I'm done with stream to be able to get that to do its thing. And then it auto updated, it like crashed and like the program shut down, and then it auto updated. And when I reopened it, normally I have my iPad stream at like 180, like whatever that the terminology is for like the quality of this, like the stream of what it's capturing. And when I reopened the program, like that's what I normally had streamed on it, when I reopened it, it had updated, and there had been a auto update where essentially they're introducing a pro version now where you have to pay to stream at that quality. And I was like, no, screw you. I'm over here I'm midstream and trying to get stuff done, and you're gonna tell me that that's what we're doing? Like, seriously? I thought that was so evil. Oh, yeah, I thought that was absolutely ridiculous. Also, you know what? I'm gonna do some paws. That's what I'm gonna do. I feel like drawing some hams with some claws. Hands with claws. So we're gonna do that instead. Maybe we'll draw different types of creature hands. But yeah, I thought that was so ridiculous, and now it's here crashing on me some more. Yeah, so I think it might be finally time to throw in the towel with the program I've been using and just call it, and then try to figure out something else. And the thing that sucks is that a lot of these programs are like paid in order to stream through them, or like to use their program to like stream your Apple product to whatever it is that you're streaming on, which is ridiculous, but it is what it is. Unfortunately. Because it's like, bro, I just want to do fun little art streams just to get myself back into drawing. The bar is not very high for me. I don't need something that's super high quality. But whatever. Oh, and it looks like... Oh, did the stream crash? I saw it go in the red momentarily, but we're okay. We're okay. I think the whole world's just like, oh, daylight savings time, what's happening? Everything's running on medium right now. Everything's running on almost empty, I feel like. But we're good, we're chilling. The funky looking hand. Oh, and I drew it on the wrong layer. Love that, okay. Cut, paste. And then we'll have that be bigger so I can do some little paw pads and claws. And then, yeah. So we want some claws. Some little paw pads. There's a hair on my Apple Pencil. There we go. But yeah, it's so weird because I'm feeling both energized and tired at the same time. Cause like, another reason why I had done this and like wanted to do art streams and stuff like that was because, like I wanted to continue to interact with like art people and just like people in general and stuff like that. Oh, excuse me. And so, yesterday that's like the reason I'm feeling both tired and energized. Is tired because like, okay, daylight savings time, feeling a little rough. But yesterday I had a really good day because oh wait, thumb, whoops, this is actually more like that. There we go. But yeah, I had a really nice day yesterday. Went out with some new friends on the horizon, because you know, I think I've mentioned it before, but I've moved a lot throughout my life, and so now I'm in a position where it's like I am a young adult, and I'm finally kind of like stationary for once in my history of moving around and going places. And so it's like, all right, well, now I'm a young adult and almost all the places and scenarios where it's like most people will have had like stayed in a place a while or grew up in a place a while and like made some friends from schools, or you know, things where it's like when you're younger you've got these like, I don't know if it's second or third spaces, but places where it's like, all right, cool, I've created a solid friend group. Ooh, how am I gonna do this bit? Hold on, I want to do a little paw pad. There we go. Maybe. Hold on. There we go. Looks a little funky, but we're just getting the morning started off. But yeah, so it's like I went to this, I guess there was this, what's it called? This like Gothic market event that was happening here in the city. And a new prospective friend of mine invited me and my partner to go with them and their partner, and it was really, really cool. And the best part about it, I think, was that while we were there waiting in line, we had like bumped into this person. And you know, like when you're at a place where it's like, yeah, I like the stuff that's here, which is why it's like, and then we talked about this while we were all hanging out, but like while we were there waiting in line, it's like the Gothic Mart is an event that you have to pay for to get in, almost like a little convention. It was like almost like a Gothic market convention. And while we were in line or whatever, like we were just kind of striking up conversation with somebody that was in line, and they were super duper cool. And so we like the people that had invited us, plus this person that we had just kind of clicked with while we were waiting in line, all just kind of hung out like pretty much all day yesterday. And it was like super duper fun. Like for me, because like I've grown up in like a huge family, and so I'm super duper used to hanging out with people and having everybody be around and interacting and stuff like that. And so that's the main reason why it's like I've been so intentional about trying to build a good social circle of, you know, friends and stuff like that. Because like, you know, I always knew, but like at the same time, it's still kind of a bummer when, you know, you go from having these like built-in buddies of your siblings to then, you know, they're starting to live out their own chapters in their life, and they don't always have the time or energy, because it's like, you know, they're becoming young adults too, and it's like, all right, they got to do the stuff and finish their school and get jobs and doing their stuff with their partners and stuff. So it's like, all right, I know I can't be relying on them. Still kind of sucks, because it's like, all right, well, you're at an age where it's like you're still in school and you're still making buddies that are out here, and it's like, then there's me that's like, all I got is you guys. And I guess, you know, it's something that I think I can acknowledge is, it's kind of sad, but at the same time, it's something that it's like, I'm aware that it's like, it's natural. That's going to happen at some point. I'm bummed that it has to, but it is what it is. And so it was just nice to interact with other, you know, young adults, prospective friends yesterday. And it was really nice, you know? It was kind of a bummer because the people that I was hanging out with, they're both, one of them works for a company that their job has them, you know, going out of town into other places they're basically away from where they would be able to like hang out. They're basically working for like 3 weeks at a time, because they work with like a windmill, like a wind turbine engine, not a windmill, wind turbine engineer. And so they're not always here, which it's like that was something, between that and then even the person that was like the random person we bumped into, they're currently trying to get a job somewhere like in a different city that's like, I think over 100 miles away. And so it was this odd, like bittersweet feeling of like, oh my God, I had such a great time. These are such amazing people. And like, I really like, cause like, you know, growing up where it's like, I thrive off of, being able to like interact with people face to face and have conversations and hang out and eat food, and like, because like that's how I grew up, that's how I resonate, and that's how I connect with people. And so it was kind of like this bittersweet feeling of like, oh my god, I had such a great time, and then after like the dust had settled from that, it's like, crap, these amazing and cool people that I want to hang out with more and interact with, it's like one of them is never even really here all that often, which it's like, it's a bummer, but it's like I'm still going to stay connected to them for sure. And then the other one's going to be like over 100 miles away and is going to be busy with their new job, that it's like, crap, soon I'm going to be right back to square one. So it was just like, that's kind of a bummer. But you know, it's like, again, it was that like duality of like wonderful but still bittersweet, because it was like I had an amazing experience, I connected with these awesome people, but then also that bittersweetness of like, right, soon I'm gonna be right back to square one. Because it's like, for me, it's like I want to have that, like I always want to be bothering people, I always want to be interacting with people and like hanging out with people, because like that's what I'm used to. That's the type of dynamic that I'm used to upkeeping, is like, if I'm the person at school, it's like, I'm going to go interact with you. I'm going to go talk to you. I'm going to have conversations with you. I'm going to check up on you. And then as a sibling buddy with my younger siblings, it's like, well, obviously we're in the same house. So it's like, I just want to be around you. Like, I just want to be parallel, even if it's just parallel playing with you, of like, you know, you're doing your thing, I'm doing mine, but we're still in the same like general like physical area. I just like being around people like physically. And so it's like, I don't want, for the buddy that's still gonna technically be living here but works away, it's like, I don't want to have you feel pressured to commit to anything, that it's like, your time is valuable. If you're only here for like a week at a time and you want to hang out with other friends, or you want to hang out with your partner, or you have plans, or you have things, because it's like, you know, if you only have a week at a time to just kind of do stuff for you, it's like, I want you to use that how you want it. Like, you don't have the same amount of free time that I do, and I want to respect that. And then for the other buddy, it's like, well, I can't be upset at you if you're the job that you get, because like, you know, job market is ridiculous. Like, I can't be upset at you if that's like, we need money. Adults need money. You need to go get yourself that job. Go get that job. You know, I'm not gonna be upset about that. Everybody needs to do what they need to do. But it's still, you know, still a little bumming. But all right, what other hand pose can I do? No, we'll just do this hand, actually. But yeah, that's the duality of what I've been feeling. So it's like I know I'll be fine. I'll be able to interact, and like, you know, I'm so used to, because of moving so often, where it's like, you know, just enjoy the connections that come and be able to move forward wherever I go. And it's like, now that I'm sticking around somewhere, it's like, all right, let's figure out how to make some lasting connections and friendships with people and hang around people. But, you know, it's also trying to have that balance of understanding of like, you know, I know that you've got your own life, and I'm, you know, everywhere I've been, it's like, I'm brand new in the picture. Like, I just got here, you know, you've all been here, living here, building your lives and stuff. So it's like, I'm the new kid. I'm the new guy on the block. You know, you can't just all of a sudden change your ways for me. Like, I don't expect that. But it's still something where it's like, all right, how do I healthily fit myself into these social situations and make connections with people? It's a new avenue I'm navigating, and one that, you know, I know it'll get better with time, and you know, human connections naturally come. But like, that was a conversation that I was having with one of the people from last night. It was just like, that's just difficult. Like, we don't have no like second or third spaces or nothing. I don't remember what the technical term is for it, but like, basically it's like, we don't have these midway spaces to just interact with people. Not to mention, it's like, there's so many things going on in the world right now that it's like, not everybody has that kind of bandwidth to be able to be just hanging out with people. whether it's, you know, their own mental well-being or like, oh, I need to make this thumb a little shorter. I think that's what this is. Yeah. But, it looks rough, but whatever. We're just doing a chill art day, just getting into it. That's all right. But yeah, it's an interesting learning curve going from like navigating based on these very different rules of like constantly moving around to then being like, all right, now you're settled. Have fun learning those brand new rules of interacting with your environment because you've never done that in your entire life up until this point. Yeah. And it's like, you know, I'm gonna do my best to be positive about everything in the ways that I can. But it's like I still have to like admit to myself for my own sanity, just like, yeah, this shit's rough, man. It's tough. It's like, I know I've got the ability to like get through it and do what I need to do, but like, damn. Like, fuck it, we ball. Like, we keep moving forward. We fine, because we have to be. But, oof. Sometimes that shit is rough. This should be a little more up to the side. I think something I'll also kind of just like understand on a logical level is that, like, you know, like friendships aren't going to work the same way as they did when we were kids, you know, because it's like we had these places we like needed to be, and to a degree it's like, you know, there's still those elements of like school and work for people, but you know, that's still, it's still all new territory for me, and it's like I'm trying to be like gentle with myself in a way that's like, okay, you know, everybody that is pretty much here, it's like they have had time to be here and like slowly build and naturally build up those connections in themselves. And it's like I had to speed run through a lot of that stuff. So it's like being patient with myself and other people. And it's like, I know how to do that. It's okay. But again, it's still something that's like, dang. Shiz is rough. It's like, all right, I'll make the most, like, I'm gonna do what I know how to do best and make the most of the time that I've got. Cause like, you know, and like, honestly, it's like, I don't even want to manifest this, but it's like, okay, what if this person that we met doesn't get the job in another city? It's like, they'll be here. And like, I don't even want to like say that. I don't even want to put that out there, because it's like, dude, I don't want to manifest that. I want people to be able to have what they need and have what they want. And it's like, all right, like, even if that means that it might not be something that I want to happen. It's like, that doesn't matter. It's like, I want to make sure that people are okay. And it's like, you know, you need to have your job. You need to be financially stable and have the things that you want and need. And unfortunately, that takes money. So try not to dwell on it too much. And thankfully I have stuff like this where it's like I'm committing myself to things that are just something for me. But it's like, you know, I know how to be fine and okay on my own. Like, I don't struggle with that. Like, I have things like I have Dungeons and Dragons, and I have these medias that I love, and I have these games that I love investing my time into, and this, you know, continuing to keep my art skills sharpened. But, you know, like, at the end of the day, it's like I grew up with a huge ass family, and it's like at the end of the day, I just want people around, you know? I just want to share stuff and experience stuff with people. Just having people around just to have people around. Like, I like that. I like being a part, like, just a part of an active community, you know? Like, I don't need the fucking sun and the moon. Just, you know, just a little starlight every now and then. Alright, these are pretty good hands. What other hand poses can I draw? Let's see, I'm gonna erase this a little bit. There we go. And then technically part of the palm would kind of show up in this, right? Yeah. Because it's like... Actually, I'm honestly just going to kind of shadow that out. Because that was the thing that was mostly bittersweet for me, is because it's like I am fortunate enough to have traveled so many places and have so many people that I know and that I'm proud to say that are my friends or my family that I've met and interacted with and befriended in so many different places because of moving so many different places. And so it's like I have so many people in my life that I can just, you know, I can talk to, I can reach out to, that I know are there, that know me. And, you know, that's amazing. I'm very happy about that. But it's also like, you know, these people that I care about so much, it's like they're states away, they're ages away from me, literally all the way on, like, you know, the other coast or anything like that. And so it's like between them dealing with their own lives and different time zones and different bandwidths and social batteries, it's like that's a lot to keep track of. And then you layer the distance on top of that. And it's like, so like, you know, like I mentioned it a few streams back, like in April, I'm going to be going to Level Up in Vegas with some of my friends. And I'm really, really excited about that. And I know it's going to be such a great time. So it's like I try to have that duality balance of like, all right, you know, I have these things to look forward to and these amazing people that I get to interact with. It's like that's what I know that I need to focus on to really enjoy what I have. And just, you know, be grateful for that. Because I know that, you know, that's kind of the duality that kind of keeps me going, is like, it could always be worse, you know? Like, I'm fortunate enough to have good health and be able to travel and travel safely to see the people that I care about. Have the resources to be able to go to cool and fun events, but like I know that there's still something like that's what I was talking about with this new friend last night. It's just like it sucks how there's almost like this paywall that exists for being able to go out and interact with the world, you know, and other people. Because it's like, you want to go anywhere? Well, you're going to need some money, because guess what? If you want to eat anything or do anything, like, literally anywhere you go, it's like, you're going to have to pay for something, or this or this or this. And it's like, bro, there's so many things that people already have to worry about. It's like, can we just have a space where we can all just hang out and be okay? Not have to worry about anything like that. So, you know, and that's why I try to invest myself in things like art and things like games and like role-playing games like D&D and stuff like that, because then it's like, yeah, you know what? I will do the job that I can, and as much as I'm able to provide those things, you know? I will be the one that, you know, you need some character sheets, you need some dice, you need any physical materials, don't worry. I got you. I'm a perma DM. I got all the fun stuff. I will have you covered. You just be there, be you, and we hang out, you know? We'll have some pizza, we'll have some soda, and just for a few hours, we'll all just be here. We'll all just be here playing adult pretend, you know? Because I mean, that's literally what D&D is you're instead of playing pretend at the playground, you're playing pretend around a table, and we've added numbers and math, so it's serious. I love it. My favorite. I feel like these knuckles should be a little lower. Yeah. Actually, I feel like this is like bent weird. There we go. Oh yeah, and then paw. There we go. Sweet. I still feel like that finger's a little funky. Oh, it's because these fingies aren't really facing the right way. It should be more like that. I feel like these paw pads, or like these little fingy prints, should be bigger. Yeah, that feels better, I guess. And then let's see. We'll do, you know what? We'll have like a water bottle. But yeah, that's also something. So like I want to, let's see. I do want to eventually get to a point where I'm like doing some art for some like D&D related stuff. Oh, there we go. Because I keep talking about it, but I really want to do like create more of a campaign where the campaign story isn't so linear and is more like the adventure's almost like guild style, where every single adventure is kind of self-contained in a one-shot, and it's like whoever shows up, those are the characters that were able to answer the call, and be there for that adventure, and then just kind of go with that. Alright. So like I guess I can just kind of keep talking about it so that eventually it's like, all right, I've got a good mental grip on this idea. Let's actually get some stuff made for it. So the idea I had was that to kind of make it a little bit different was, all right, let's have it be something that is actually like kind of centrally located as far as where the guild like actual like place is where they go before they go out for a mission is in I think it was the Underdark. That's where I want to have it centered, and that their like guild leader or like person that sent them out for their missions is a gnoll and is a gnoll artificer, because like I'm like 90% sure that like hyenas are like scavengers. I want to say that's correct. And so I was like working with that. I think I have had to been, because I was probably at a better point of like actually doing my research and stuff like that. I probably was like, oh yeah, they're scavengers. So this gnoll is going to be an artificer, that their main business is like, their main business mode is that they, oh, wait a minute. Whatever. It's fine. I just need to capture the shape. It's a water bottle, right? You can tell. Oh wait, actually this piece isn't supposed to be connected to the cap. It's supposed to be connected to this bit. All right, that's a good amount of hands, I think. Yeah, and then we'll go ahead and do this. Wait, oh, come on. There you go. All right, normal. And then we'll do a little line art. Let's do some little hands. But, yeah, so the gnoll is gonna be, leader of like a guild that essentially their main mode is they collect like part of their adventuring company, part of their business is like going out to collect, like when adventurers, because it's like, all right, if adventurers go down, it's like their equipment or something like that will go with them. And that it's like there's a lot, especially in the Underdark, where, you know, adventurers are falling left and right and people underestimate just how dangerous it is, that you're supposed to basically go out from their company and collect up what you can and bring it back, and you'll get, you know, a cut of what you find, and if you want it, and then you also get just paid for bringing in specific materials. And then they also do, like, basically it's kind of like a jack of all trades guild, where it's like, all right, our main mode of operation is mainly just scavenge what you can from the idiots that are coming into this environment and not knowing what they're stepping into. And then we also provide, you know, services of, you know, regular adventuring guilds to others, to like, okay, you need us to go do this thing or find this person. Okay, cool. Here's our fee. Give us the details. So it's like, I'm gonna have the duality of that happening, where, you know, other low-level adventurers and people that are in their guild mainly go out and collect up that scrap as a way of just like constant passive income. Because I feel like guild work, as much as it's something in the fantasy world where it's like, yeah, there's always some monster that needs slaying or something like that, it's like, it's still technically temp work. It's usually one and done jobs. So it's like, in order to make sure there's a constant flow of income, we also, that like their little guild company also has their little Knoll artificer that basically recycles and repurposes the stuff that they find, and, you know, equips their adventurers with some of that gear, and has some of their like parts of the guild. It's definitely something I need to do research into, because for the most part it's been stuff that's like, I mainly have done linear storytelling for the most part, and so that kind of stuff I've never really had tied up within the realms of like, oh, you're in an official guild. It's like, no, you are connected to the specific person who's helping, you know, is going to pay you for a specific job, just an independent commission. And then by the circumstances of what has happened, you know, you build a stronger bond with this person, and now there's a story that's being built through these specific people. So it'll be interesting to kind of almost build a different narrative where it's like, no, this is your job, you know? You, rather than just doing, basically it's like working for a company rather than working freelance. It's like, I've always done stories where pretty much the adventurers were always freelancers. But now it's like, okay, now I have to structure a story where it's like, no. You are paid by this company. You are part of this corporation. And I'm not going to make it like a bad corporation, you know, like this company really does care about you and wants to make sure that you're safe and, you know, you're part of the team. But it's still, story-wise, it's going to be a very different structure than what I'm used to. So it's like, all right, time to do some research and feel out how I'm going to accomplish that. Because I have a good chunk of one-shots in my brain and stuff that I'm able to cook up pretty quick. And I think it'll honestly be less pressuring for everybody, including me, to have it be set up in a way where it's like, you don't have to worry about it being a linear story. It's like, you just show up when you want to show up, and an adventure will be waiting for you. And I kind of like that, because it's like, when there's less pressure to, like, you know, you have to be here or else we won't be able to play, and like, it won't make sense in the story. Because it's like, I really don't like playing without everybody there, because it's like, I want everybody to be included. And so, like, one of my, like, smaller solutions before was like, okay, well, these two characters knew each other beforehand, and that's kind of part of their backstory. So what if we did, when people aren't able to make it, it's like, I'll do a little prequel session every now and then, some one-shots for you guys to, like, have you guys feel out how your character's relationship is and dynamic, since you guys have known each other longer. And so it's like that worked for a while, but it's like, all right, you know, I think I just need to start back from the beginning and rewind and be like, okay, guys, we're gonna, you know, you can keep your character concepts if you want them, but here's the vibes. You know, it's because like people in that campaign had built up very, very, you know, bulky and unique backstories and stuff like that, and it's like I wanted to be very in depth in story and stuff. And so it's like, all right, you know, you can still keep those characters, but just know that I think I'm going to have it be something that's more focused on actually just being able to have the experience of playing. So it's going to be a little bit more lighthearted with, like, you know, moments of seriousness when it's like we have the ability to have the time for that. But for the most part, I think I'm going to just have it be something where it's like, you know, there's less pressure, so it's like just know that that's the energy that I want to kind of output for both you guys as people and the possibly like the kind of characters that you want to bring to the table. So just kind of giving everybody the opportunity to be like, all right, do you want to redo your character in any way, shape, or form, or change up some things? Give the opportunity for that. Which kind of, again, it's like, it's a bit of a bummer because it's like, you know, the things we would do if we had the time and money. And it's like, bro, all I want to do is just draw some art and play some games with people and have some fun friends and eat some good food. Like, the bar is so low. And yet somehow we are still limboing in the underworld. Like, come on. Get it together, society and world. Like, please, we just want to do some fun things and have a good time and just be able to live well. Why is that such a high bar? But it is what it is. So it's like, all right, I will go ahead and be the one to pivot. I will shift up how I do things so that way it works better for the people that I want to have around. Because, like, the more, especially when I play and I interact with more people, it's like I realize that it's like we're all in that same boat. It's like, dude, I missed this. This was so much fun. I needed this. It's like, I know, we all do. The world and society is burning. We just want a little bit of respite, you know? Just a moment to be like, all right, let's just kind of sit here. Like, again, we're just playing pretend. Like, let's just sit here and play pretend and just close off the rest of the world for just a second, just a few hours, just to have fun and joke and have some good food and good company. Just for a few moments. All right, I think I need to draw. Yeah. I was supposed to say a little bit of the bean will show up in there. A little bit of the toe beans. Or I guess in this case, it's hand? Paw? I don't know. But yeah, I think it'd be fun to structure a campaign that way so that it's like, you know, if anyone happens to be in town, it's like, cool, pull up a chair. We'll roll you up a character sheet real quick. Something that is just kind of fast and fluid and easy for people to jump in and out of. Which, honestly, is probably what I should have done from the beginning, but, you know, I structured this and kind of presented it at a time where everybody had a little bit more free time. So, note to self, that's kind of where I need to start shifting how I DM and how I plan out doing so. Because it's like, in the meantime, I have my streams that I commit to for myself. And these are great. I love having the opportunity to just chill out and draw for a bit. But I feel like D&D, man, that's where my real passion exists. This doesn't feel like the right way to draw this. Is that it? Okay. I guess that's better. But yeah, honestly, I should start writing down some stuff on stream for that, so that way I have this as an outlet where I can plan for my D&D things. It'd be funny if I also, you know what I should also work on is like a PNG tuber that it's like, okay guys, we're doing D&D planning things right now, so I need to have like a little DM's cloak or something of that sort. Like a little, like just a quick sketch of my little guy. Oh, actually, that's not the one I like sketching with, but just like having a, what's it called? Like just like bam, bam, my little guy, and like have him be in like a hooded cloak. Have it be like a little hoodie cloak. And then like have like my face kind of darkened. And then, oh whoops, hold on. Like that. And then have like, hold on. Yeah, like something like that for the upper half, and then just like have the drawing half be the normal things. Oh, whoops. This is all in this layer. Yeah, but have it be something like that, where yeah, and then pretty much just keep this just about the same way. Yeah. It would be funny too if I did it in a way that's like, tail. Yeah, that'd be fun. I feel like having something like that. And honestly, you know what I could do too is like completely change this up where instead of like that, it's like a scroll instead. And then just like a little quill or something. Yeah, something like that. I love that this little medieval music turned in right when I started drawing and finishing a little sketch of that. Oh, and you know what I could even have is like the tufts of my fur coming out of this. Yeah, so it's like... Yeah. I actually would really like to do this, so then I have this little PNG tuber whenever I'm doing my like D&D lore or like planning streams, where it's like, ah yes, welcome adventurers. Yeah, and then like little parchment. Yeah, that'd actually be really fun. I would totally do that. Honestly, I could probably work on that today. I'll just get through these real quick. Let me actually get this on a different layer. Oh, hold up. There we go. Cut, paste. Yeah. And should I have the little hoodie strings? I feel like those would be funny to keep in. Yeah, honestly, this feels like a fun thing to do today. Yeah. And then I could have like a little... Honestly, probably just keeping it simple like that would be good. And then we do like a... What I could always do too is I could like draw in like a what's it called? Like a better desk for... Like, have it be like a wooden desk. Yeah, that'd be fun, having something like that. And then... Yeah, honestly, this would be a fun thing to make. And just have it function the same way as this one, where it's like, alright, if I talk, I talk. And then, like, just have this kind of moving back and forth. Like that. That could be cool. I'd like that. That'd be pretty fun. Alright. But yeah, we'll finish up doing what we're doing now. Just to get a nice little warm-up going. But yeah, I think honestly that's... Ferb, I know what we're gonna do today. Yeah, because it's only 10 now, and I still want to go till 2, so... Because it would be nice to get, like, if whenever I'm doing and planning D&D stuff, to have some, like, other input from people to see what ideas they have. Because it's like, I might be coming up with something and someone's like, oh, what if you did this or added this or something? I don't know. Just getting some input from people always makes it better to me, because then it's like, you know, because people will come up with, like, that's why I love DMing, because, like, people will come up with shit where it's like, dude, that's even better than what I had thought up. Yeah, let's use that. It's like, I love a good collaborative storytelling. Also, this is wonky. Hold on. It's a little bit better, I guess. There we go. Alright, then let's lower that down. Oh, wait. Hold. Whoops. forgot the little bit on top. There we go. All right. And then we'll just honestly fuse these all together. And then reference. I'll put... Am I on the right layer? Yes, okay. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Just so I have everything on one layer. Oh, oops. There we go. All right, bam. Okay, cool. And then also I'm going to like fill in that. There we go. Should continue filling this in as well. Nice, okay. Oops. There we go. Sweet. All right, and then we'll add on top of this. Let's see, where are we gonna put the light source? We'll have it be, okay, I will draw in that the light source is here. That's what we're doing. I'm really loving this. I'm actually super excited to do this. How's battery for my devices? I think my laptop's better now, so I'm gonna stop using this teeny tiny charger that I have that I've been having it hold my iPad at a weird angle. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Much better. Okay. And then... There we go. All right, and then... Bam. What the? Oh, right. Honestly, I'm just gonna fuse these two together. Oh, wrong thing. Okay. There we go. All right. Oops. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. And then... There we go. And then... honestly, I'll just... what is this? Let's go ahead and... erase. Yeah. Or no, we'll add a little white line. Ooh, wait. I have a better idea. I'm actually just gonna clipping mask and add a white outline here. Yeah. There we go. Kind of. Hold on. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Right. And then clipping mask. And then what do we have the light source? Right. Okay. We should probably just end up being that whole thing with white line art thrown in there. Yeah. Bam. Okay. There we go. And then maybe a little bit right here. Right? Nah. Okay. Alright. And then we will color in the paw pads, which will be one level darker. Okay, that's all the paw pads there is. And then... ooh, what we'll do too is we'll have this be a lighter color for these objects. There we go. And then add some fun little shine onto these. Whoa. And we'll do that with this. Ooh, wait, I have a better idea. Okay. And then... Sure, we'll go with that. A bigger blend brush. Nah, I'm not feeling that. Honestly, you know what's better is if we just go ahead and clipping mask and do just like a white layer for the highlights. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that might be better. Okay. Yeah, I like that a little better. Whoops. There we go. Oh, too much eraser. There we go. I want just a smidge of highlight right there. Nice, okay. Nice. Oh, I like these. Hmm. Okay, cool. Okay. And then just a little bit of highlight on that. And then sweet. All right. Nice. Okay. Nope, not eraser. Nice. Well, these look pretty good, actually. I think, yeah, I think I'm figuring out that this is the kind of style that I want to have for this. All right. Yeah, and it's only 10:15. I think we can get a whole new model done for when I want to start doing, like, D&D related things. But yeah, these hands look pretty good, actually. All right, let's take... We'll flatten this down, delete that. Sketches. Delete those. Nice. Okay, and then I will go ahead and copy... Actually, I'm going to cut this. Cut. Where are you? We're going to cut that, and we're going to paste that into... the brand. Okay. Okay, and then erase. Actually, it'd be better to have this where it is at. And then we'll paste that here. Nice. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, this is all pretty much gonna stay the same, except... Let's see. We'll draw in... We'll use some red to sketch this in. Let me edit the drawing guide. Have that be right. Hold on, let me make sure I get this just right. There we go. And then this is assisted. Yes, okay. So we'll have it be like this. And honestly, it'll be there so then the tufts of hair can come out. And the neck's there. How did I have it in the sketch? Okay, so it goes out a little farther. Okay. Yeah, pretty much everything is going to end up staying the same, just... We'll have some shadow drop right here. Right there. And then... Honestly, I'll just go like this so I can get a feel for how this will look. Need a bigger brush. Or no, you know what? I just need to go... There we go. Nice. Okay. And then... to have this turn into dark. And then... Or it could just be like that, just like a low opacity. Or, oh, you know what? I need to do it to have this color be blue. Yeah, hold on. And then have the, yeah, hold on. Yeah. Yeah, and then have that be my little cloak. And then, okay, we'll attempt to have this be something that... Nice. And then would it be better to have this part blacked out too? Let's find out. Yeah, this might be better. And then duplicate that hand, but erase that. Okay, then there we go. And then that's that, okay. And then get rid of that. Oh man, is that in the line work? Uh-oh. We will go ahead and duplicate this, flatten this, delete that, and then erase that. Yeah, and then sketch. A little parchment. Yeah, I like this. Okay. And then we'll also have like a nice little delete. Yeah, okay. Turn that off. There we go. So that way I can see what I'm drawing a bit better. Is this on this layer? Yes. Oh, don't want that. We want this. Okay. So we want a nice little like feather. And then this will be, hold on, this will be the neutral. Alright, then let me actually look up what a real feather quill looks like. Feather quill. Okay, so it's got like this bit on it. Oh, too big of a eraser. Honestly, this bit should be a bit bigger. Yeah, I like this. Okay. And then we'll have like a little thing of ink right here. Come on. Here we go. There we go. Okay, I'm actually really liking this. And then... Right. Okay. So a little ink, and then I'll also have like a little batch of dice over here. Nice little D6. And then like a little D4. All right. D20. Okay. And then like a nice D20 closer up. Sweet. Okay, this actually looks like a really cute setup. I like this a lot. Oh, something just popped. All right. Yes. Oh, I'm liking this a lot. Hold on. Yeah. It'll be fine to have that like that. And then... Yes, some dice. All right. And then the table below will be... Okay, let me look up... cartoon wooden desk. Let's actually do tavern desk. So, oh, actually, that'll be bad to do it on that layer. Let's do it on this layer. Okay, I'm actually really starting to like this. This is great. Okay, let me turn off assisted for that so I can erase this bit. Oh yeah, and then the feather quill, I need to see how that works. Okay, so it's like this. Hello? Okay, there we go. Should thin this out a little more. And then it'd be funny whenever I have my mouth open to have the eyes be more like white. Yeah, like that when I'm talking, and then like that when I'm not. Yeah, oh my gosh, this is actually great. I really like this a lot. Okay. Let's see. Okay, how do we go about starting to do this? Okay, so we got the eyes. And then oh, hello! Welcome! Oh, Plushy Flamingo! That's such a cute username. Welcome to chat! Monkey, do what? Well, Monkey is doing a new PNG tuber model right now. Basically, I was just chatting about how I've been really wanting to do like start doing some like D&D planning for a new campaign idea that I have, and I was like, you know, I should have a little guy. And so I did this little sketch right here of like, okay, I need to have something to like set the mood of like, all right, what are the vibes that I want to have when I'm doing stuff like that, because I got to be in the zone for something like that. So I'm working on a different version for my PNG tuber, because I also have I have 3 versions currently. I have this one right here for when I'm just doing my drawings, this one right here for when I'm doing my like gaming things, and then I'm gonna go ahead and have this be the version that I'm gonna have online whenever I'm doing any kind of like D&D planning things, because that's like, so I was like, I did the sketch and I was like, yes, this is great vibes. So like I also have this for like when I'm gonna be talking and stuff like that. So I just wanted to make like a fun little. And what I love about it the most is that it's like, I was gonna do like a more like regal looking like cloak and have it be super serious, but I honestly think it's funny to just have it be like the hood's up and I've got like the whole fantasy setting, but it's still basically just, it's just the hoodie that's up pretty much, and then everything else is just vibes. Because like I totally could make like a completely different stream setup, but I almost kind of like the energy that it's like the vibes are there with like the stuff that I'm using. Ooh, maybe something for the tail. Ooh, Oh, that's a good thought. Maybe I could have like a little, let's see. What can I do for the tail? I could have there be, oh, good thing. Let's see. I could have there be maybe like a little gold band on it. Oh, whoops. Wrong sketching one. Like a little, let's see. Yeah. Something like that. And then have it be gold underneath. Yeah, like a little band on it. Yeah. Yeah, like something like that. Oh, that actually looks totally cool. Hold on. I need to like mesh this down a little more so it's even. Yeah, something like that. Oh, I kind of like that. And then, ooh. Maybe even, oh, now I gotta add like all these other little details. Hold on. Maybe I could have like a little... Oh, you know what would be funny is if I had... No, because the ties are already there. Oh, you know what? I could actually have these have little gold pieces at the end. Like little gold... What are the... Oh, there's a name. I learned it so long ago. There's a name for these things. Oh, what is it? Oh, I totally forgot. But I'm going to have those be... Hold on. If I turn back on the drawing assist and I have these be gold instead. Yeah, and then have that same... Oh, a little Viking beard. Maybe, hold on. Let me see. Oh, actually, I need to do something different with that, because... Oh, actually, hold on. Will that fill in? No, it won't. Dang. Okay. Hold on. Well, there we go. Why is it not? Oh, because this isn't on assisted drawing. Right. Yeah, little claspy pieces right there for the... Oh, it's gonna kill me. I totally know that these little things at the end of the, like the little hoodie strings have a name. I just can't think of it. Ah, wrong pen again. Here we go. Ooh, I could also... Oh, I could do like a little ring on this finger. And then gold there. Just a bunch of little trinkets everywhere. And then I could also... Oh, whoops. Didn't realize that was still on drawing assist. Ah, wait. Oops. Hold up. What's the reference in regards to... Oh, do you mean like in regards to like what... I mean, okay, so it's like I'm pulling this from just like pure like just D&D vibes. Top left. Oh, this was just a little sketch I was doing because I was doing what was I doing earlier? I was doing these earlier, and I had just drawn that little sketch right here while I was talking because I was like, all right, it's daylight savings time. My brain's still a little fried from that, so it was just a little sketch I did while I was talking about like, oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, it was just a little sketch I was doing while I was just kind of doodling and doing some like little hand drawing warm-ups. And I was like, you know what? I had gotten those hand warm-ups done in like a little less than an hour and was chit-chatting. And I was like, you know what? I'm streaming until 2 today. So why don't I just go ahead and make this PNG tuber model version for my character a reality? So yeah, so I was just like, I just sketched this up for myself of like, okay, well then if I were to have something that was going to be for like when I was doing more D&D related stuff, what would that look like? And I was like, okay, well I'd probably want it to be like, you know, make it seem more like I'm in D&D mode, where it's like a lot of the times in I'm worried it's a little face on like Simpsons frame. Huh? Is there a way that that could be rephrased? I'm sorry. Like directly facing. Oh, like straight facing, like, oh, okay. Um, yeah, I mean, like, because the main reason I have it like that is because I'm basically drawing this on top of the model that I currently have, because it's going to make it a lot easier for, what's it called? It's going to make it a lot easier for getting it set up in PNG Tuber Studio, or like the little interface or whatever. The reason it looks more front facing is because the way I have it, where I'm going to kind of draw it, is that like a lot of dungeon masters were like kind of draw themselves with like their like whole cloak thing going on, and then like have some of their face be shadowed. Because for a second what I was considering too was having the shadow be just kind of like low opacity so you could still see my eyes, but then I was like, okay, well if I were to do that, like my hat's still under there and stuff like that, so it would probably just like look more cohesive if I were to just do like that, like how I have in the model itself, where there's this like super duper dark outline shadows, kind of like what I was doing here as well, like in my profile picture, where it's like just straight darked out shadows and then just like super bright highlights, which I'm doing that more for like my illustrative work, but like having those kinds of shadows just kind of makes the line art look nicer. So I was like, okay, well I don't want to have like my face completely blacked out. It's like perhaps something like an overlap line or something at the very tip. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so something more like, okay, hold on. If I were to do it in white, something like this. Oh wait, hold on. Drawing assist. Oh wait, you mean for the eyes. Hold on. I think I see what you mean now. So something like, having it instead be something like this. Oh, the fold. Okay. It's like, okay. Well, I mean, I do have that, like, right here. Like, I was just getting the color blocked, so it's like I'm gonna end up doing something more like, let's see. Let me turn on drawing assist for this, and then... Let's see. We'll use the gel pen. Wait, is that not clipping masked on? Oh wait, it's just assisted. Oh, right, okay. I gotcha. Yeah. Something like that. Whoa, what the? Why is that on low opacity? Weird. Okay. Something more like that. I see what you mean. Yeah, because like right now I'm just in the stages of just kind of getting everything blocked out. But I see what you mean, something like that. Oh, the tip of the forehead. Here, hold on, let me see. Let's see. Heart. Good. So let's see, something maybe more shaped like... Is this? Yep, cool, okay. Maybe not quite like that, hold on. This probably should be a little bit wider. And then erase a little more of that blue. And then draw it back in. Something more like that. And then honestly, what I could probably do too is have this be more shaped like this. Ah. Yeah, I guess something more like that. Okay, yeah. Because, like, right now it was just kind of getting, what's it called? Just everything kind of plopped down onto, I was going to say paper, but plotted down onto just on the screen so I could see what it was going to look like. Because, again, I just drew the SketchUp right now on stream, so I was like, you know what? Screw it. Let's actually just, like, start working to make it a reality. Just so it looks three-dimensional. Yeah. I'm gonna add in more like shadows like these for this once I get a better like reference and stuff like that. I just wanted to kind of get it blocked out. Oh no. Well, or my iPad can cut out. That works too. Whatever. 1 second. I do not know why it did that. Okay, hold on. Easy fix, no problem. Alright. There we go. Get that all reset up. And we're back. Okay. Man, I get so frustrated when it comes to being somebody that streams with an iPad for my art, because like it is so ridiculous to me that I'm trying to get my iPhone plugged in real quick. 1 sec. But it's so ridiculous to me that it's like, okay, so I'm not able, unless I have a like Apple computer or whatever, it's like I can't just plug my iPad into what's it called? I can't just plug my iPad into my computer and it's like, okay, cool. This is plugged into the, what's it called? I can just plug my iPad into the computer and then it'll show up as something I can just show on the screen rather than having to have something that it's like, well, you can't do that. So you need to get a separate program so that it'll show up, but whatever. I was literally just working on my PNG Tuber Plus. Yeah, I mean, so like PNG Tuber Plus runs totally fine because that's something that can be on the PC itself. Let me erase this a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we got a ring. We got, I'm also going to have this be gold, like the little tip of the quill, so everything ties in. But yeah, it's, I do have an actual, like I have Clip Studio Paint and I have a pretty decent, like actual drawing tablet. But unfortunately, like the setup that I have currently, like I probably won't get it fully set up until I move into a bigger apartment with my partner next year, because, we only have so much space, and so I'm like, okay, cool, I'm gonna make it simple by just using my laptop to stream and then have my iPad for drawing, which I totally love drawing on my iPad. It's just, it's so frustrating because it's like I have to have a separate program up and running to stream my iPad screen to something that can be picked up on OBS on my little laptop. Ridiculous. And like, I was just complaining about it earlier, but the program that I use, it's called Pigeoncast, and literally only a few weeks ago, it was something that was working totally fine. And then one of my earlier streams, it like crashed, and like before I had set it up, it was like, oh, hey, this needs an update. I was like, okay, I'll update it after the stream because I'm about to start streaming. And so I did that. And then it was like, oh, we're going to crash and it's going to auto update. And then when it auto updated, I opened it and it had like created it where I've always been streaming with it on like a 180 like quality or whatever. And then it was like, oh, guess what? It's updated now and you can't use it unless you can't stream at that quality anymore unless you pay for our pro version. I'm like, that was such an evil move for them to pull. It was ridiculous. So should I make the dice gold? No, I feel like that'd be a little too much gold. Let's have it be, what color should the dice be? It should probably be the same blue, right? That or like, yeah, I think the blue will be good for the dice. But yeah, so it's like I'm just kind of coasting along as best I can for now, just staying consistent with streaming until I can get my, what's it called? I can get my, like my drawing tablet and my PC and everything all set up all nice in my own setup and room. Oh, and I'm also gonna do the paper. This is below, right? No, it's not below. We'll put this here and have it be like a off-white for this. And then we can turn this off because now I have a sketch. Okay. But yeah, it's like I've drawn on Procreate for the longest time, and so it's like it's my preferred program. I really enjoy drawing on my iPad, but oh, there we go. And then honestly, could be a little more. Yeah, that's a better color. Then we'll turn the opacity up for that. Yeah, okay. And then the quill. Let's see. We'll make that like a slightly off-white as well. Actually, you know what? We'll make it the same color as my pencil, my Apple Pencil, for the feather part, and then a little off-white for the quill, or like the piece in between. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Is this assisted? It is assisted. Whoopsies. Oh, too much. Oh, whoops. Why is this not the same color of blue? There we go. Weird. Why is that like an off blue? What the what? Hold on a second. It's like slightly off. Weird. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna fill and then erase that. Oh, what? That's so weird. Why is it doing that? It's like not the right color of blue, but I'm color picking it. Oh, that's weird. Okay, now you're the correct color of blue. What was that? Okay, Procreate. Weird. Anyways, okay, so for the quill, then it'll be an off-white for this part. There we go. Nice. Okay. And then the desk below will be a like more traditional brown kind of color. Like a tavern desk almost. Oh wait, hold on. There we go. And then, oh. Sweet. Okay, and then sweet. Then we'll lay down a color to see what it looks like. Oh yeah, that's a good brown. I like that. Oh, this is gonna look so cool. Yeah, so then I'll have a few little accessories. I do feel like this ring should be a bit more like, there we go. Honestly, it should be like higher up because it would sit on the knuckle a little bit different. Oh wait, whoops. Keep forgetting that I have the drawing assist on and that I'm doing symmetry, but it's fine. Okay, so the ring would actually be more like right here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Sweet. Okay. And then we'll grab that gold again and do that. And then probably a little bit of a bolder outline. Come on, there we go. Yeah, so a little ring and then the little gold tidbits on the end of the strings. What else? What else can we do? I don't know, because I don't want to make it way too busy. But I also still want to add some cool, fun elements. But I think this is pretty good. And then we'll have this be white. Oh. Whoa, what the? I accidentally double tap that. No, that's better. Okay. And then the dice. I don't know how I'm feeling the blue still. Let's see. We could have them be... Oh, we could have them be this kind of blue. Or maybe this blue? Let's see how this blue looks. Ooh, yeah. I kind of like that. Ooh, you know what? No. Honestly, what would probably be better is if we did this. And then Gaussian blurred it. Yeah. And then did something kind of like this. Or, hold on. Yeah, made them super fun textured. Sweet. Okay. I think this is pretty good. I totally like this. And then, yeah, so merge that down. So yeah, so then when I'm not talking, I just kind of go back like, oh, make that. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Okay. Now let's actually get some line art done in a way that will make this work. So I would say let's probably start with the desk first. So we'll do that. And then turn that off. And then lower the opacity a little bit. Hold on, I gotta clear my throat. Hopefully that was not too loud. I apologize if it was. Okay, and then... Sweet, okay. So... we'll do... Honestly, what we'll have to do is turn off that, and those. And that. Yeah, so I can see the desk a bit more clear. Okay. Right. Okay. So desk. Here we go. Oh. Time to switch my charger over to my laptop. There we go. Sweet. Okay. Okay. Oops, there we go. You know what? I'm gonna move these dice. Up a little bit. Right about there. Yeah. Will that interfere too much with where the body's at? No, okay, they're not too close up. Sweet. Okay. Okay, and then... and then one more. Okay, and then what I should do is add in a few little texture lines. Will that be too much where that is in that area? What about the dice? Yeah, probably not a good idea to put those there. We'll put some here. Honestly, what I should do is add everything else in to see how it's gonna look. And then add texture lines in from there. Right, okay. So, texture lines, let's see. That's a good place for some. This is a little busy, so we'll do some right here. Some right here, maybe. Some there. A few here. Yeah, okay. And then one right there, too. Is that part of this? No, okay. Yeah, I think that's good. Because again, I don't want to make it too busy. And then... Alright, now I gotta do it all over again. And then we'll draw the parchment on top. We'll do that with drawing assist. Okay. Hold on. Let me turn this off. There we go. So I can see things better. Okay. And then what are we doing? Parchment, right. Let's see. We'll go... Sweet. That looks good. And then that color there, cool. And then we also need to draw this little vial of ink. I should probably move the... I wish I could have 2 lines of symmetry at once on one canvas. That would be nice, but I have to move this one. Edit the drawing guide. Put that there. Alright, and then now we can draw this. Nope. Okay. Perfect. Honestly, just making this is making me more excited to do streams where I'm like, all right, time for you guys to sit here and listen to me nerd out about D&D for however many hours I'm going to be streaming. Okay, and then I can probably erase some of the lines in here now. Because this, all the stuff I'm drawing is going to be stationary, so it can all just be on one layer. Okay, and then the ink in the bottle. Nope, nope. Is something on reference? Guess we'll turn this to reference, turn it off. Weird. Oh, is it just to... oh, there we go. I was about to say. And then turn the drawing assist off and take out this chunk. Sweet. Oh, nope, wrong one. Yay! Okay, so we got the little ink vial. Let's also do the dice. We'll lower that. Oh, nope, wrong layer. Where are they at? Oh, there they are. Okay. And then we'll do a thinner line there, so it looks a little nicer, almost like more textured. Yeah, okay. And then... there we go. Little thicker outline around. Nice, okay. Sweet, okay, and then... Oh, geometric dice shapes. Okay. Okay, those are done. Perfect. So I can delete that layer, I can delete that layer, and then we can erase where the stuff is going to be on this. Okay. Sweet. Oh, redo that. And then erase there. It's there. Okay, look at that. It's all coming together. I will draw... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. I want to make sure everything's in place where I need it to be first. Before I go in and draw some more detailing on the table. I mean, I guess we could have some lines be right here. And then a few right here, maybe. Yeah. Oh, hold up. Yeah, just little baby ones. Oh, what are you doing there? What is this? What did you do over there? Okay. And then just turn these colors on real quick. Okay, it's starting to come together a little bit better. All right, and then we'll draw the pen below this hand. Lower opacity. We'll also lower this opacity so I can see a bit better. Okay. All right, let's do it. Actually, it would probably be better to draw above it, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to redo that line. Okay. Let me also turn off that and that. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is definitely getting me energized to actually start doing some plotting out for D&D. Okay, and then... Okay, and then a bolder outline. Okay, almost done with this. What time is it? It's only 11:16. Oh, well, we are totally gonna get done getting all the layers done for this model. Okay, and then I think we can honestly fuse these together now. Yeah, delete that. And then fill in with the colors we need. Nope, wrong thing. Okay. There we go. Off gray. And then the gold. Nice. Okay. So we got that done. I will say I probably should do a white undertone for this. There we go. And then fuse those together. And then the dice. Alright, the colors are partially this blue. Okay. And then the other color, I think, was in the mouth with this one. Yeah. Am I still on the right layer? Okay, clipping mask. Have them be, oh, that, and like that. And then Gaussian blur. And then take the same blue. Clipping mask. Okay. And do that. Do that. And then do this. Is that, yeah, that's part of this. Nope, that's part of the table. That's fine. Speaking of which, I can delete that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, those dice look so nice. And then add that back in, add the color, so we can see. Ooh, it's coming along nicely. Let's go. This is gonna look so cool. All right, and then what should we do next? Probably the ring, I'd imagine, right? The little accessories here. We'll have that be on top of this. Okay. And then fill that with that same gold. Looks similar to the skin tone, but I think that'll be okay. So fuse that with that, and then the tail. All right, sweet. Okay, actually, hold on. Wait. Warp that to be up a little higher. And then that. And gold for that. And tail. And then we can erase that. Okay. Sweet. Okay, we can also erase this map out. We can delete most of these colors. Oh, open layers. Yeah. And then these two. Oh, we gotta do the little tassels on the jacket. That'll go above this. Honestly, we could erase both, because I can easily draw those in. Oh, is it better to just have them be just solid gold tassels? Or should I should probably just make them gold by themselves. Yeah, honestly, that's a super easy thing to do. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I think that's just about everything. Hold on. Let me do this coloring. Okay, and then bam, and bam. All right, desk colored in, and then the paper, I think I can just honestly fill that in with the color that it had. Delete that, fill that. Whoa. Too full. Oh, is it not? That should be able to get filled in. Okay, hold on. Reference, reference. Why is that not filling in? Hold on. That should be able to get filled up. Sure, whatever. Why don't we just make the rest reference and then... There we go. I guess that works. There we go. Whoops. Oh, had that offline. Oh, is my stream still running properly? Okay, it is. I was tripping. Okay. I'm really enjoying how this is coming out. Okay, and then the tail can just, yeah, we'll leave that as a separate layer. Use all those together. Honestly, all of that, yeah, because this is just one desk piece. Yeah. And then I probably should add a nice border outline to that. Yeah, we'll do that. So it'll look all nice. That work? Yes, it did. Okay. Ooh, that looks so good. Okay. I'm probably gonna add another little border outline to this as well. Oh wait, I can turn on drawing assist. Make it even easier on myself. Sweet. Okay. And then probably do the same to the parchment. But I have to move the freaking drawing assist back where it was. Okay. Edit drawing guide. Cancel. Hold on. Let me turn on this layer so I can see what I'm doing. Because this has where my little hair tuft is. Which is good because then I can easily recenter this. There we go. Sweet. Okay. Now it can go away. Okay. And then a nice bold outline on this. Crazy how quickly I'm putting this together. This definitely makes me think next stream will be me actually sitting down and being like, all right, guys, it is time to do some D&D planning. Okay, sweet. Okay, so the desk is done. All right, now just comes the hard part, which is trying to figure out how I'm going to layer all this. Okay, so we've got that layer. We honestly don't even need the eyes to be online for that. This can get erased. This can get erased. So it's just the hood at this point in time. And then the shadow on that. Got the hand. And hold on, let me actually edit this hand a little bit because I see some of the line art's a little funky. Okay. Well, this is actually starting to come out pretty nice. Okay. Yeah, we got the dice, we got the desk, ink, the little accessories done. Okay, so for this just becomes, I want to say confuse these together, lower the opacity, and then layer that on top of this. Okay. Drawing assist. Even lower the opacity of that. Okay. And then add that for some fold. Should I add? No. What am I trying to do? Oh, right. Okay. Hold on. Lower the opacity just a bit more so I can see where this line will come in. And then... okay. Nice, okay. And now we do the blue. Okay. What is happening here? Why is this interesting? Oh, it's because there's an ombre that's in there. Oh, that's why it was screwing with me before. I understand it now. Okay, so the hood will just be that blue. And we'll fill that in. Actually, we don't even need to fill it in. We just need to do that. And then go like that. Let me lower the opacity of this so I can go around and honestly turn that off. Okay. Delicate procedure. Oh, wait a minute. I don't need to do all that. Hold on. It's just the tufts. That's it. Okay. And then if I fuse these together, when I fill that in... Oh, yay, I did it. Okay. Too big of a eraser. 1 second. All right, let's see how that looks. Sweet. Okay, and then honestly, I probably want to smooth this out a little bit. Okay, because yeah, when the eyes go big, when I'm talking, yeah, that'll fill up nicely. Look at me go! Oh, this is great! Oh, I'm so happy with this, actually. Yeah, because then this hand will just kind of move around in a similar vein. Oh, where it's just kind of doodling. So that'll be good. And then what we'll do here is also do that bold outline. Whoa, a little too bold. Nice, okay. Oh, this looks so good. Okay. And then I need to actually do the real shapes for the eyes. So let me do that. And do that drawing assisted. Should I add in little eyebrows? I think it's better like that. Okay, so then we'll duplicate those. Lower the opacity. And then I'm on the right layer, right? Nope, wrong layer. Okay. Okay. Erase. Let's see how those look. Okay, big open eyes. Neutral. Oh, wait, delete that. And then close mouth. Dude, What? Oh, this looks so good. Okay. Yeah, and then my little guy. Okay, okay, okay. How are we gonna go about? Okay. I love how it went from this little doodle to this. Art genuinely feels like a superpower. Like, you're telling me I could just be like, yeah, I want to go ahead and make a new version and like an update for when I want to do D&D things, and I can just doodle this and be like, okay, cool, I made it, I did it, it exists now. Well, not technically yet. I still have to plug it all into PNG Tuber Plus, but it's here. All the assets are here for it. Oh, this looks so cute. Oh, okay. I can't, dude, and it's only 11:30. It's not even 12 yet. I still have what 20 minutes, 12, a little less, a little under 2.5 hours, and I already got this done. I genuinely like, okay. It's so weird because it's like, okay, I know I have technical room to improve when it comes to like my artistic ability, but having artistic ability in general where I can do this genuinely feels like a superpower, and it's so underrated, so much so that people will literally deprive themselves of the experience by trying to have generative AI do it. It's like, dude, that, like, I can just think this up and draw what I want and just make that. That's so cool to me. That's way cooler to me. Okay. So yeah, so we got the dice. We got, honestly, I could probably do a bit of a bolder outline for the dice now that I'm looking at them. Okay. Little bolder of an outline. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Tiny bit bolder of an outline. There we go. Yeah, and I'm not going to put in... Oh, crap. That was unassisted. Dang it. Forgot that was on drawing assist. Okay, let's try this one more time. Sweet, okay. Is my music just playing on loop? Oh, no, it's just going. It's just a longer mix. Honestly, this mix might be as long as my stream is going to be today. So, I'll let that play. Perfect. Okay, and then, honestly, I just need to... There we go. Yes, this is good. This is very good. Okay. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. All right, and okay, because I think I'm at a point now where I think it is done. Because, yeah, so I have that, like that. So I can fuse, because, wait, hold on. Because that, yeah, that exists on a separate layer. So I can fuse these two together to be its own separate thing. And then... No, we'll just have that be above there. So we got the pen. Everything else, like the mouth and everything like that, can stay as it is. Yeah, alright. And then... Yeah, honestly, I think that's about it. I did kind of potentially want it to be where that's blacked out too. But I don't think the neck has to, because, like, I already have a little bit of shadow that's there. Yeah, so I think that's good. And then I've got the open and closed eyes. I can delete the little sketch. Yeah, I think that's about everything. Ta-da! Okay. Yeah, and then... Yeah, I'm not going to put numbers on... Well, maybe, hold on. Let me see how they would look. I'll do it in white, and then, yeah, if I did like a 20. What What if I just did the basic numbers? Nah, I think they look better without the numbers. Should I move the eyes up just a smidge? Nah, I think they're fine where they are, because that's where... Yeah, honestly, where they are is perfect. Yeah. Okay. I did it. It's done. Okay, so now what else can we do today? Let's see. What else can we do today? Should I... I'm thinking about maybe even adding onto the desk a little, like, gold coin or something. Let's see, because it's pretty busy, or like just the right amount of busy, but we'll see if we can put like a little, two little like coins over here. Like this. Something like this. Yeah, I think that makes it a little too busy. I think as it is pretty good. Yeah. And then, should I add some highlights? Because my other models don't have highlights. They just have the shadow drops, which I think works. Yeah. I think as it is good. I don't want to overdo it. So we'll leave it as it is, and then we'll work on plugging it into PNG Tuber Plus later, because I don't want to overload my devices with stuff to do. So, yeah. Alright, so that guy is done. Oh, let me actually turn off the background, because I'm no longer... Yeah. So yeah, this will be the little guy that I'll have, like, for the new stream... Not even set up, just this is a new little model that I'll have that'll be in the corner here whenever I'm doing anything like kind of D&D related. I'll have this be the model that I'm working with. Yeah. Cool. Okay. And then, oh, you know what would be fun? Because I have these little guys. Honestly, I think it might be fun to do like a little doodle with them each as like a different class. Because, like, these are my little guys. These are my, like, my little dudes for the channel. Because I have them on everything. Like, my little offline screen. And then, like, my see you later... Or, wait, no. Those are me. But, like, yeah, for my, like, be right back screen and everything like that. What classes would they be? Okay, I feel like... This guy would probably be a cleric. The little purple one. Let me actually do this real quick. Let me get a new... Because I don't want to make completely different assets, because I like the assets that I have for, like, my Be Right Back. But I would like to make a little drawing of them now that I'm in the D&D mood. So let me go ahead and just grab, like... Because these are my core guys, because I also have my offline screen with a few others. Like these two, the green and the pink ones. So let me actually do a duplicate of this and then flatten it. And we'll cut that. Delete that. And then final assets. Oh, this is the raw assets, so may as well put it in here. What is this? Oh yeah, this is just that. Okay. Paste. Yeah, okay. You know what? We're just gonna do this for fun. Because we got stuff done that was like practice, and then we got stuff done that was official stuff, and then yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna do a little doodle of these guys. So let's see, let's assign them their classes first. So I think that my little heart guy, I'll pull their colors up so that way I can do this a little easier. So yeah, my little color guy, or my little heart guy. Yeah, we got little heart guy. He will be a cleric for sure. This guy I feel like would be maybe a wizard. Definitely a squishier class. Yeah, we got a cleric. We'll say he's a wizard for now. And then we'll have him be... Well, I don't know. I know he'll be a bard for sure. He's definitely a bard. Nope, whoops. He'll be a bard. This little guy, I'm thinking either a sorcerer or maybe... Maybe a fighter, actually. Because, like, you know, action, doing things. Either, yeah, probably a fighter. I would say we'll make him a fighter. Fighter. Have them be a whole little party. This guy... Good question. Good questions. Okay, maybe... Okay. We'll do this guy next. He will be... He'll be our druid. Yeah. We'll have a nice little druid. Druid. And last but not least... Okay, what's gonna round this out? Because we got a healer, got a fighter, got a bard, wizard, druid. What's another good class to round this out? Because let's see, let's look at him in his purest of forms, which is this little one right here. Very inquisitive. Let's see, what would that be? Maybe... Probably more of a support class type beat. What do we have for classes that I can have for him be? Because we already have a cleric. Maybe a ranger. Because he is an observer. Or... No, not a ranger. What could we have him be? Yeah, honestly, I think ranger would be fine. Yeah. Ranger's good. Whoa, just dropped my Apple Pencil. Where did that disappear to? Whoops. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm also gonna get a picture of this up. Share as a JPEG and just copy that. And then paste. Yoink. Oh, jeez. Okay. Right about... Hold on. There. Perfect. Sweet. Okay. All right. Nice. Okay, so how will we'll work on designing them and how their little outfits will look. Because they all have basically the same, like, it's the same character model, just different colors and expressions. So we'll work on our bard first. And yes, he will keep his sunglasses even in fantasy form. All right. Oh, here's the question though: was what instrument? I mean, you know, you got your classic lute, but like, there's variety here. What would be an instrument? Because like basically these are all just like inside out, just like the little beings in my brain. So, okay, what would be a good instrument for this little guy? Maybe like a pan flute. Yeah, we'll give him a little pan flute. Mom could probably be a little bigger. And no, they will not be wearing any shoes. Because little Monchies are basically just like little monkeys. They got their peats out. There we go. If I ever get to a point of being able to like make merch or anything like that, these guys would definitely be a for sure big ticket item, just for my own purposes. I would love to make like little stickers of like these as like their little fantasy versions or like their little versions on their own. Okay, now time to make his little bard fit. Okay, what would he wear? Probably like a fairly open collared shirt. And then some little cuffs, bigger sleeves. Probably some little earrings, or just one, because he's cool like that. Or maybe even like one at the top of his ear like this. Yeah, something like that. Little pan flute, and then a little pouch. That's where he keeps all his gold. Probably like a strap around the waist, not the waist, the body. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'll give him a little similar one like I have on my tail. Yeah. Yeah. What else can I give him? Be funny if he was just rocking one of those little like bard's hats. Like a little feather in it. Yeah. I like him wearing something silly so confidently. I like that idea. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay, and then erase where his baggie is. I like this a lot. Okay, and then the next one. So we got the bard done. A little pink friend. I love that I kept his little sunglasses on. Yeah, and then he's got his little earring. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, and then the next one we'll do is our little thinking friend, the wizard. We'll have him holding a book, but not really looking at it. Ooh, no, no, no. I'm gonna make him ponder the orb. Yes. He's going to have an orb. Am I on the right layer? Yeah, okay. So his little hams are gonna be like this. We're gonna give him, because he's our wizard, right? Yeah, he's gonna have a wizard's hat, of course. Of course he's gonna have a little wizard's hat. Are you kidding me? Where's he gonna store all his thoughts? In his hat. And then his little hair tuft will come down a little bit out of it. And back here. Wait, how do I have these? Yeah, that's right, okay. His little orb that he ponders. That was a little too big. There we go. His face is a little too long. Gotta shrink it. Oh, nope. I've just censored him. That's okay. He doesn't really talk much. Oh, come on. Stop that. Okay. There we go. Shrunk it a little too much. Hold on. Right about there. And then I just got him a little bit more of a chubbier cheek. There we go. He's thinking. He's carrying his little orb. Alright, we're gonna give him a little wizard robe. Oh, actually, that works. And then shrink him down a little bit. Oh. Yeah, okay. His little wizard robes, I feel like, would be a little too big for him. Like that one Peanuts character with his blankie dragon behind him. He's still got some growing to do into his robes. And then his little tail. Yeah! Oh my god, this is so cute! His little wizard robes. Just took a little quick canvas flip to make sure everything looks okay, which it did. Actually, this tail does need to be a little bit thicker at the end. There we go. Actually, you know what? He'd probably have his tail kind of wrapping around himself like this. Yeah. It's just him and his orb that he ponders. And actually, I'll kind of... Nah, that's good. Okay, we can turn that off now. Yeah! Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Okay. Simple little wizard's robes. He's probably a little magic student. He's still learning. And then his buddy... Okay, so we got the wizard. Time to do our cleric. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shrink these down a little bit. Okay, now time for our little cleric buddy, which they are gonna have a cute little headband. Oh, what is it? It's like a... Oh, yeah. I was gonna make it a heart, but I think it's better to just kind of have it be this little cute headband. They're a little cleric that takes care of everybody. Make sure everybody is well loved and well supported. Oh, it almost looks like, I think like there's like a Wukong thing that has a little headband like this. I'm just referencing how the clerics have those little headbands on their heads sometimes. Maybe it would be better to have it be a little heart or something. I don't know. Okay, where is he at? There he is. Maybe having the headband arch in a different way would help. Yeah, a little more up. There we go. And then give him the stuff on the sides to come out. And then cleric would have a little bit of armor. I actually have to double check. Let me look up a little cleric reference. Pinterest, my old friend. All right. D&D cleric, just to get some vibes for the outfits, because I don't want them to all be... Oh, cleric. Oh, ooh, wait, let's see. Cleric. Probably they would have a little shield, tiny bit of armor. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, I would probably do it like this and have the little heart be right here, right? Because that's where, yeah, that's where your heart is. Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Yeah, just like a little thing that holds up the cape. And then probably have like a little belt with a little, yeah. Yeah, probably have the cape come down a little farther. Have them holding a little health potion. Because they would have spells, of course, but they would definitely be one that would be like, I gotta make sure that just in case I have all the health for everybody, just in case I don't have enough spells. Maybe it has little sleeves. I don't know. Kind of stumped on the outfit. I really do like having it have like a little heart clasp there where like your heart kind of would be. But maybe instead having it be... Yeah, maybe instead of having it more of a cape thing. And then, oh, what do I need to do for this outfit? Probably like a little belt. Yeah, have him holding a little health potion. Yeah. Just a little health potion. And then his little cape. Yeah, little cleric. Yeah, that's cute. All right. There we go. Oh, wrong way. That crown's a little... Should be a bit more centered. There we go. Nice. Okay, so we got our cleric done. Oh, big stretch. Okay. And my laptop is fully charged now, so I can transfer that charger back to my iPad. Bam. Okay, so we got a cleric. Now our fighter, which is this guy. All right, what time is it? 12? Okay, so we got 2 more hours. Yeah, we're just gonna honestly do these. Yeah, this will be our fighter. Probably have him have a few little scars. Show that he's a little creature of action. Yeah, little scar on his face. And then how do you hold a sword? You hold a sword with your dominant, so it would be... honestly, probably be flipped. Might be a little bit too big of a sword for this guy. Hold on. And then his shield. Yeah. Classic little adventure. Oh, maybe we'll have him have his like foot on top of like a beast he's slain. Yeah. His little shield. What does his little hair look like? Okay, he's got little tufts back here. Hello, welcome to chat. Chibi Zoto. Welcome in. We're just kind of having a chill art day today. How it goes? It goes pretty good. We've got a lot of great stuff done today. I'm just kind of wrapping up with some little doodles because I made, we started out the day today with just some little paw drawing warm-ups, if it'll let me into the canvas. Hello? There we go. Yeah, just some paw warm-ups based on just little poses I was having my hands in. And then while I was doing that, I got the idea, because I really want to do some like more D&D related art stuff. And so I made a brand new little PNG tuber model that's kind of basically just like an alternative, because I have this model here, and then I have this one here for when I'm playing games. So I was like, you know what? I want to make a model for when I'm doing anything related to D&D. And so I just whipped this one up based on this little doodle that I was doing while I was just kind of doing warm-ups. I was like, I'd gotten done with my little warm-ups, like not even really like 45, almost an hour into my stream today. And so I was like, you know what? I bet I could finish this. Yeah, the program I use is PNG Tuber Plus to run my PNG Tuber model. I've been wanting like the model that I have here was just like, you know, my first attempt, and I think it came out pretty good. And so I've been wanting to experiment more with like the fact that the program has, I think you can have like 9 different like little, if you hit the different number buttons, that it's like you can have 9 different little presets for your character. So I really am fond of this character. So I've just been like making different versions. I had made a game version because for a while I was having some technical difficulties and unable to do art streams. Have you tried Remix? That Plus isn't supported anymore, and Remix still updates from the same code. Lets you have more than 9. Oh, all right. I mean, I will definitely keep that in mind, because right now I am but a wee beginner in the world of Twitch streaming. So honestly, having 3 different versions of these outfits is already more than enough for me. But I will keep that in mind if I ever get to a point where it's like, all right, I've got like 15 different models for different things. But for right now, just having these 3, I think, is perfect for what I'm trying to do. But yeah, so I managed to get this finished today to just like the layers and assets that I need to transfer it over to PNG Tuber Plus, maybe later today off stream, because I still wanted to do some drawing stuff. Because if I were to try to do that on stream, it's like I would just kind of be sat here just plugging away. So I was like, okay, what can I do to do some more like art? And I was feeling in a D&D mood. So I have these little caricatures, like these little mini creatures that I have that are kind of my little guys and representatives for my channel, because I have like this little be right back screen that I can run that I made a while back when I was first starting to make all the assets for my stream setup. And so I'm like, I've been very fond of them, and then I made like a couple more to fill up this little offline screen for whenever my stream is offline, of course. And then I was like, okay, you know what, I'm feeling in a D&D mood. That's so I was like, okay, I just like assigned each of them different little classes, and so I've been drawing them in their little classes. So I've got the pink one, who is our bard, the kind of mint colored one that is our little wizard, and then our purple one that is our cleric, and now I'm working on our little blue one, which is our fighter. That's fine. I know when PNG Tuber stuff Remix was fantastic to work with. There's a lot of features. Eyes can follow your mouse. Ooh, that might be a good thing to explore for me. You can use it if you ever want to research it. That's very cute. Thank you. And thank you for letting me know about that program. Again, I'm still fairly new in the world of Twitch and art streams and stuff like that, because like I've been wanting to do it for a pretty long time. I just have been in just constant moving around situations and stuff like that. Should I give him a little bandana? Nah, makes him look too... Yeah, just like that is fine. But I have been wanting to do art streams for ages, and I've been doing pretty solid at keeping up with a consistent schedule. Because like I still have my like, you know, regular job that pays the bills, and that is something that I get a week by week schedule for. So I always make sure to stream on Wednesdays from 2 to 4:30 Mountain Standard Time. And then, you know, whenever I get my work schedule for the week, if you see the little icons for my Blue Sky, YouTube, and Twitch, like those are all the socials that I try to keep active, because I used to be more active on like TikTok and Instagram, but unfortunately those are not very conducive programs for artists, honestly, just where they're at with like generative AI and stuff like that, which is a huge bummer, because I did start to gain a bit of a following on those programs. Nothing huge, like I think I had like a little over 2,000 on TikTok and like a little over 1,000 on Instagram. So not like crazy numbers, but still enough that it's like I started to gain a little traction. So I was really bummed that it was just like, it just kind of kept getting worse and worse. I was like, okay, what is a media, like a social media that I can get a little more invested in? And then I started realizing, I was like, you know, I am terrible when it comes to like posting something on its own, like just like a finished piece. And I prefer, like I've always been more in like the pre-production stages that I really enjoy, because I have like so many different like work in progress things where it's like all these different little like comics and stuff that I make, and like little bits and pieces of all of this different work in progress things that it's like, well, I don't really want to post that in its final, like unless it's not a final thing. It takes a lot of energy to draw. I'm jealous. You can find the energy to, honestly, that's so real. And that's why it's like I've only committed myself indefinitely to doing one little stream every Wednesday. And then whenever I have extra time, whenever my job schedules me or like doesn't have me working, it's like, okay, cool. Then I post on Blue Sky. I'll post something like this that like shows off what my schedule will be for the week of when I'm able to stream. Because like having a good balance of both, you know, I think for artists, it's like I want to make and invest time in drawing, in doing things like this. But it's also really, really important to balance out for things that either A, need to happen in the realms of like, okay, I need to, you know, I need to go to work. I need to pay my bills. I need to do these things and upkeep myself and my health and wellness and all these things that are mandatory. But then it's like, I also want to make sure I make time for like spending time with my partner and interacting and making some friends and like doing other things outside of my art. Cause it's like, part of my brain says it's like, oh, you know what? I just want to be and like, I just want to stream all the time. I just want to make art all the time. But I know myself well enough to know that it's like, okay, well, if I did that, I probably would get super duper isolated and I probably like, it wouldn't be a completely good option for me. Between working and Baldur's Gate 3, I don't find the energy to draw. And that's so real. And honestly, that's why it's like, I've almost tried within doing streams. It's like I've almost kind of fed multiple birds with one scone, where it's like if I utilize this as a way to like not only practice drawing, but then like I'll draw stuff like this that kind of I think falls more into the realms of kind of D&D things, where it's like, where is it? Where did I draw it? No, these are my, I was about to say dispatch. That's not dispatch. I have a drawing that I made recently that was kind of falling more into the lines of, there it is. Like something like this, where it's like, this is very heavily D&D inspired. And like, I love making art for D&D. And that's like one of my main interests. But it's something where it's like, I need to have, like D&D requires multiple people and multiple schedules colliding properly. And so it's like, okay, if I utilize my art platform to interact with people and have some fun little social interactions with all the amazing people that are, you know, that I could possibly bump into by doing art streams and interacting with other art streamers. If I do that for the social aspect and then the content that I'm drawing, have it be something that relates back to something that I do, like, cause I'm like a perma DM. And so when I do stuff like this, it's like, okay, cool. This could be inspiration for 3 NPCs that I use in my own games and be able to workshop and utilize my art in a way that like feeds back into the things outside of art streaming and making art. And then it's like all of those things feeding back into each other. It makes for a really great, like, just kind of loop cycle of like, okay, cool. It's like, I know drawing is super important to me and I want to keep refining those skills. And I also want to be able to have social interaction and I want to be able to create some more things and feel energized to do more D&D stuff because I really enjoy that. So it's like, this platform has honestly been one of my favorites because it's like, it's mine. Like these are my streams. I'm like starting to post more like stuff that feels more finished onto my like Blue Sky, because like something like this where it's like I made my model, it's like I can just post, oh, did I draw on this accidentally? I did. I can just post this on its own because like this is a finished thing. Like I can be like, hey, look forward to next stream where I will be utilizing this model to start working on some D&D concepts. Come and join me, come hang out. Because I know the biggest thing when it comes to having good like social media interaction is just keeping consistent. And I feel more energized to keep consistent with something like this, where it's like I'm talking and interacting a little more naturally as opposed to just kind of being sat in my own brain where it's like, oh, this doesn't look good. I don't know if I want to post this. But then I make stuff like this. And I feel really happy with making little sketches and then being able to like update people on all of these little moving parts of like, yeah, I'm a new streamer, I'm a new art streamer, and this is the stuff I make, and these are the things for my platform, and these are what the things that I like to do. So it's like, it's all a very nice feedback loop, which I really enjoy. And then being able to take stuff like this and then, you know, when people ask, because I'll like mention like, oh yeah, I draw. And they're like, you draw? What kind of stuff do you draw? And then I can show them stuff like this. Like I mentioned it like in a conversation. I was like just checking in on one of my little siblings and like mentioned, I was like, yeah, you know, I'm just staying on the grind with work, doing art live streams, you know, the usual. And they were like, art live streams? what are you doing? And I was like, oh, well, here you go. And I just kind of showed them all of the stuff I was working on. And was like, yeah, I do little art streams every few days a week. And they were like, seeing all the stuff I was making, I was like, yeah, this is my little streaming setup, and this and this and this, and this is the stuff I make and the stuff I've been up to and the stuff that I want to work on. And they were like, that's really cool, actually. I'm like, yeah, it is. I actually really do enjoy it. And like, they obviously, for them, it's like my little siblings, they think of streaming and they think of like game streamers. Like, I think for a good portion, that's kind of what people come to mind with. And her question to my sister's question was like, oh, like, are you making like money or something like that? I was like, well, no, like not yet. I kind of phrase it like that, where it's like, who knows what could happen. Because I know a lot of, art streamers that it's like have a super duper active community, and like, eventually I'm very, very close to hitting Twitch affiliate, so I can use a lot of stuff like this, where it's like, I already have my assets ready for like my channel points and like different icons for like the redeems that I want to do and stuff like that. And that was kind of part of my streaming process, and why I started it when I did was like, hey, what if I just show off the pre-production side and show off all the makings of everything that makes up, making my little streamer interface. And so that's kind of what I've been doing. And so I have all these things ready where it's like, I have the follower count, I've done enough streams, thankfully. And at this point now, it's just waiting on the average viewership count to hit an average of 3 viewers a stream. And once I hit that point, then I can start adding in more fun things. Like, one of the things that I was super duper wanting to do, like immediately, as soon as I was like trying to think about how I would set up my streams, was like, okay, well, he's got a little chest plate. Maybe some little chainmail. I don't know. But anyways, like, one of the things that I was really excited to potentially have it be as a redeem is like a drawing quest, where it's like people can redeem channel points and I can draw something for them. Because like, I think that'll be really good practice for me to be able to draw things that other people want me to, because other people will want me to draw things that I won't think of. And that'll be great drawing practice. And that's like personally one of my favorite things when I'm when I'm watching an artist stream, is if there's an option for me to be able to redeem me submitting something that I want to get drawn. That's why I made that's why when I was working on like assets for my channel and stuff like that, I made this. So it's like, it's encouraging me to like, for when I eventually hit a point where it's like, oh, I can get a free commission from somebody. It's like, oh, wait, I need to have like a reference ready for when that happens. Yeah. So that's like kind of where I'm at right now, where it's just kind of staying consistent, for at least for myself for right now, just to slowly build up an average viewership. Because like, the more like I interact with a lot of amazing art streamers, like one of my favorites that has been a huge support to me is like Blue Bites You. They're like one of my recommended, if you go into like my suggested channels that you should watch. Because like a lot of what I was doing as I was starting was like, oh, hey, reaching out in people's art stream chats, just like, hey, what is your advice and stuff like that. And like that specific streamer, they were extremely supportive and helpful, and I've gotten a lot of great information from a lot of other art streamers. And so that's kind of been the overarching advice and awareness of like, hey, you just need to know that it's like, as long as you stay consistent with yourself, the viewership will come. You just got to be patient with it, because that's the difficult hurdle to get over. And then from there, it just kind of rolls into place. I used to do my own arts, and now I'm just not finding energy time. So I've been on VGen a lot for commissions. I'm just old now. Honestly, that's totally fair. I know everybody has their different work paces. And if anything, that's like, everyone just needs, I think, to find their own platform and something that works within how they operate normally. Because like, that was for me where it was like, I had all these art friends and all these mutuals that it's like, they were super duper like successful on social medias like TikTok and Instagram, because they had more finished pieces, or they would post more consistently. And I was in the same boat where it's like, you know, growing up and still, it's like I have a huge family, I have my job, and when I was going to school, it's like I had clubs and sports, and so there was all these different things I was doing and all those different places my attention needed to go. And I would be drawing all the time, but it would be stuff like this where it's like, well, this isn't finished, this is just a doodle, this is just that. And honestly, I should be posting more stuff like that. But then when I was starting to get into the Twitch community, I'm like, wait a minute, this feels more like what I do, where it's like I would much rather like feel like I'm at my old high school art table and we're all just drawing and chit-chatting together. Like that's the vibes where it's like that's where I thrive. Like I love having all these different little things that's like people I can interact with and little drawings I can make, and having like a live audience where it's like, oh hey, what if you added this? Because literally while I was streaming drawing this, they were like, oh, what if you added like a little like couple of gold accents or like little trinkets onto your guy? And I was like, that's a great idea. And so like I did that, and it just got the creative juices flowing, and it's like I love that. Like this kind of like this kind of art media source as far as a social media works really well for me. But I know that that's not a thing for everybody, because like when I was starting, one of the pieces of advice that I got from an art streamer was like, be comfortable just talking. If you can do that, you're okay. And in my mind, I was like, yeah, that's no problem. I can do that. That's not an issue for me. But then when I like thought about it a little bit later, I was like, wait a minute, that's not something that everybody's comfortable doing. Not everybody's okay with just rambling, but like I'm a rambler. Like I can just talk all the live long day about anything, Dungeons and Dragons, Marvel, art, whatever, what happened in my day, what I ate, like that kind of thing is something where it's like I'm naturally good at that, but not everybody is. And so a social media source like this, like Twitch, where it's like you thrive on being able to create a nice, active and safe little space that feels nice to be in and feels nice to interact with. And so that's something for me where it's like the more I've started to stay consistent with it, the more it's like I become more engaged with it, and I want to draw more and I want to make more things for my streaming platform. And it's like I can't wait to get to a point where it's like I'm gonna do like emotes. I'm gonna draw my emotes live on stream and be able to like interact with people and have them be like, oh, what if you added this? What if you added this? Because I already have like a crap ton of things that it's like are on my mind for ideas. And then what should I add? I'm probably gonna give them little knee pads. No, not knee pads, like little, honestly, a little upper half is fine. Little scar, keeping it simple. But like that kind of thing, honestly, I should make him a little wider, taller. There we go. But yeah, like this kind of social media just definitely really speaks to me. Making emotes is so fun. Yeah, I'm really excited for that part when it eventually arises, because it's like I want to save that for when I do, like I want that to be my stream to celebrate hitting Twitch affiliate status, and have that be something that's how I kind of acknowledge that achievement, is being able to have that, so then that way it's like seeing the process and then being able to be excited when it's like they get added into my little emote library. Because I already have, like, again, I already have all of my little assets and like icons done for when I hit Twitch affiliate, I can have access to like doing like channel point redeems, which stuff like that, where it's like very basic artist stuff where it's like, you know, a little water redeem, a stretch redeem. But the drawing request one, that's the one I'm most excited for. But yeah, so just kind of staying with that, because like for me, it's something where I kind of talk about it in some of my earlier streams, where it was like the quote unquote worst case scenario is that this just helps me get into a good like flow of just drawing more, because I wanted to do that to begin with. I like was at a point where it was like, dude, I don't draw as much as I used to and it sucks. Like I want to draw more. I miss it. And I was like, okay, what's something that'll kind of help me stay engaged a bit more? And this has been the bread and butter that I didn't realize I needed. Okay, so who's next? Our little druid. Okay. But yeah, this has been something where it's like, quote unquote, worst case scenario. This is something that I just do as something just for me. Like, this is something that I genuinely enjoy doing. And that's the whole thing with how you were talking about, like, how it's like, okay, like, some people do commissions. Some people, you know, some people don't like streaming. Some people love doing stuff where it's like short form videos or YouTube videos or animations. And like, for me, it's like, I'm kind of a jack of all trades in that way, because it's like, I went to school for animation. I don't think I have anything in here, but yeah, like my old school stuff. Like all this stuff is like old animation work and stuff. Oh, this one's one of my favorites. This is my favorite thing I worked on when I was in high school, was this sequence. So it's like, I know how to animate. I know how to do like graphic design stuff. I know how to do, God, that's crazy. I love looking at that and being reminded that I know how to make the stuff. Like, I love doing character designs, and like this is the old little poster that I made for it back when I was in high school for this little animation project that I did. And like stuff that's a little bit newer, where it's like, I just kind of loved the concept that I did for this and just kind of fell in love with it. But like prop design and graphic design and just general illustration work and like comic layout, just kind of a work of everything. Like, this is a lot of old stuff, but there's so much stuff in here where it's like, you know, posters and graphic designs and stuff for people. And like, you know, I've worked on business cards for friends of mine that like this is one of my friends in real life that she makes cakes. And so I designed her little business cards for her. So it's like, that was something where it's like, you know, I've got all these people in my life that know I know how to do art. And so I've gotten to have so many amazing opportunities because of that, and like get to do so many cool things. And it's like, I want to do that more. Like, whether it's somebody commissioning me for something that they need, or whether it's somebody, you know, just being like redeeming a drawing request because they like what I do and they want to see a character drawn by me. Like, that whole end of the spectrum of just like anything. It's like, I love interacting with people through art medium. It's always fun looking at things that you created, being like, man, I did that. I know, right? I literally was just talking about that, where it was like, I did that doodle earlier on stream, and now it's a model. Now I have all the assets to make it a model, and then next stream I'll have it up and running and working on some D&D things. Like, genuinely being able to draw feels like a superpower. Like, you're telling me I can just think about something that I want to do and just have the little thoughts of like, I want to draw my little guys as little D&D classes, and then I can just do that. That is a superpower. I genuinely don't, I like legit do not understand the people that use generative AI, because I'm like, you are depriving yourself of like one of the coolest human abilities ever. It blows my mind. But honestly, and I feel like doing this is also just kind of a respite from that kind of stuff, where it's like the other social media forums that I was on before, they were, oh, we good? Oh, my stuff went in the red for a second, but we're okay. But like, that's also why I want to do this, for that whole quote unquote worst case scenario of like, okay, you know, I don't need to become a big streamer. I just need something at the bare minimum that's like, for me to have something to kind of step outside of the chaos of everything going on in the art industry and just in the world in general, and just have my little, you know, my little slice of the internet where it's like, I'm just gonna make things. I'm just gonna do stuff for me, and anybody that would like to stick around and enjoy that, you're more than welcome to be here. For real, I was on Stardew Valley kick, a couple years ago. I literally just got back into my Stardew Valley kick. I'm like year one in and only played for a few days, and I'm already grinding through that. A couple years ago, and I was really big into Stranger Things. Oh, after my own heart. I love me some Stranger Things. So I changed the SDV dog into a demo dog, and it like shocks me that people download it. That's so cool. Like, and genuinely, that's something where it's like, that's why I started doing this, because I was like, I don't really feel like the vibes to like just post my art on its own. because most of the time it's like I am more in love with the pre-production stages of something, and I would much rather have that be my social outlet of I'm just gonna have that be recording and like live and let people be a part of that pre-production stage, because that's my favorite. And then also getting to a point now where it's like I actually am moving beyond the pre-production stage and actually making assets and making my little social banners and like making these things that, like, as a kid, you know, as a younger artist, I would see these bigger artists and be like, wow, they drew their own profile picture and they drew their own banner and they drew this and they made this. And like just seeing all that and being like, that's so awesome. But I, you know, as when you're a young artist, I think you get overwhelmed by the fact that it's like, wow, that's like so many things. And it is. And it's something that it's like having a balance of recognizing that it's like, yeah, it is a lot of work, but it's fun. It's good. It feeds back into an artist to be able to have like my social platforms. Like I get so happy every time like I open my Blue Sky or I open my Twitch and it's like, I made all these things. All this stuff is made by me. And it's like, and obviously like when I say that, it's in no way something that's like, you know, if you commission an artist to like make your PNG tuber or VTuber model, he's a size kind of like low, like if you pay to have like something made for you or like a character made up for you, it's like it's still cool to engage in the artist community, whether you're the one that's doing the drawing or not. It's like being able to engage in a way that is like, you know, you draw up a character and then you pay someone to make a model for it or art for it. Like that, just being a part of that artistic cycle, to me, that is like one of the coolest things. And genuinely being on this platform, it's like, you're not only like engaging with an artist and their work in the realms that it's like, oh, I'm going to give them a like, oh, I'm going to comment. It's like, dude, you can go and actually interact with these artists as they're working as people, like interacting with the artist rather than just the art. And that is something for me where it's like, I have become hooked to doing art streams, and it's been so much fun because of that. And it's something where it's like now where it's like I made a new PNG tuber outfit for my model, and now I'm more energized to like test the bounds of what I'm able to do with art streaming. It's like, okay, cool, I'm going to do the stuff that I need to for the platform. But then it's like, okay, once I get those things done, once they're checked off the list, what comes after that? What do I want to draw? Because it's like, I have complete control over this. And it's like, I just want people to come and feel free to join along the way. So that's kind of what's getting shaped here, is just like, I'm a starting streamer. I'm starting to get a pretty solid group of people that it's like I'm seeing familiar usernames now, and I'm interacting in more art streamers, like their communities, and like going and joining Discords and posting my art there. And it's like being able to have the confidence now where it's like I feel a better confidence and strength in my art ability, where it's like now I just need to actually make those baby steps and just post my art and interact with other artists and just get my voice and my stuff out there, like, and let it do what it's gonna do. Because it's like, I love doing this no matter what, and I'm going to continue to love to do this. I just wanted to be able to have, like, this has been the perfect thing for me to get back into a good creative flow and be able to be like, you know, not just sat and being like, okay, well, what am I gonna draw? And kind of striking that balance of like, I'm drawing with purpose as opposed to drawing for performance of like, well, what do I want to draw so that looks good? It's like, what do I want to draw so I'll have a good time and enjoy what it is I'm drawing and be able to engage with people about stuff that I genuinely like. So it always kind of ends up rounding itself back to Dungeons and Dragons for me. So I'm really glad that I made that model today, because I've been wanting to utilize this platform to do some stuff for some like in real world, because like I'm a perma DM, and so this I think would be a perfect thing for me to utilize and like draw up some characters or work up some like one-shot concepts for a more guild style campaign that I want to do. And then what am I going to do for this guy for a druid? Honestly, probably have him have like a little... Might be better to have this guy be a rogue than a druid. We'll do that instead. Yeah. Oh, too big of an eraser. But yeah, all in all, this platform has been an amazing thing for me to just stay consistent, at the very least with myself. It's definitely had a few bumps in the road just because some of the tech that I have just has been finicky, and thankfully I have a setup right now that has been working, again, with a few minor hiccups here and there, but all in all, again, it's just the staying consistent thing that I think a lot of people have a hard time with, because like even when I was doing stuff in like high school at like art school, a lot of like the friends and artists that I was like interacting with there, oh my gosh, oh that's so cute, oh I love that, that's adorable, oh my gosh, that's so impressive too. Because like for like what I was talking about before is like animation, like going in for animation, it's like I knew a lot of artists that were much more technically skilled than me, and when I told them, you know, I was going into animation, they're like, dude, that's so impressive, I could never do that. And I was like, what? You're an amazing artist. They're like, yeah, but you, like, I don't have the patience for animation. And like, well, what else do you say? He went through so many stages. Yep. Honestly, that's the biggest thing with art, is it's having the patience, because it's like, again, had so many artist friends that were like, again, so much of a higher technical level of skill than me, and I was just like shocked when they would interact with me and be like, dude, like I can't do that, like you are insanely talented for that. And it's like a part of my brain was confused, because I'm like, what? I cannot draw nearly the same level that you can. But then interacting and knowing and realizing that, of like, wait, they're talking about the fact that I can animate, and they don't know how to animate. And like just realizing that it's like, I don't have to be like obviously, you know, that's just a general thing where it's like, you don't have to be, yeah, animation is very intimidating. It is. It's in the same realms too, where it's like being a jack of all trades, where it's like, I'm realizing that same thing with like doing Dungeons and Dragons, where it's like, I'm a perma DM, and I'm always kind of anxious and worried of, you know, having my own anxieties about like, oh, I hope everybody's having fun. But then realizing that it's like, they are, because like, I'm interacting with these people and they're like, dude, I've never played a game that's so good, or like I've never DM'd before, like that's so impressive that you do that. And so it's like coming to a better understanding where it's like, that's where I need to lean into, because in all of these different creative facets that I've been involved in, that's always been my biggest thing. And I think my biggest strength is that it's like, I have the consistency and the patience to keep up with something that's a little bit more intimate, takes a little bit more, you know, I guess, I don't know, not necessarily planning, but just a few more in-depth steps, I guess. I just had a nice little desktop pet made, and it was done by a full-time animator, and he turned out fantastic. It helps me understand animation more because I can see each slide to make him move. Exactly. That's something too, where it's like, when you interact with artists more, and that's honestly, that's the biggest thing about being on this platform that I've been so like engaged with, is the fact that like I get to interact with other artists and see their process and have a better understanding of things that I can then apply to my art. Because it's like being a jack of all trades. It's like I've gotten to do children's books illustrations. I've gotten to do graphic design. I've gotten to do like a little bit of pixel art. I've gotten to do a mural on a wall with like physical paint. I've gotten to do little arts and crafts because I've worked with like a kids program before, and like did like origami and like paper craft and like stuff with beads. I got to take a class in when I was at art school, because we had to take electives, where I actually got to do like ceramic for the first time in my life because I never had access to those tools. And so it's like, while I may not be at the technical level that I would like to be compared to other people that are kind of experts in those specific crafts, it's still something where I can step back and be like, you know what? I'm okay. It's all good, because being able to connect with so many different artists of different technicalities and skill levels in those technicalities, that has been honestly one of the coolest things, where it's like, I know how to do so many things, and it's like, I could do them at a better quality at some point, but at the same time, it's like, being able to say and experience and know that I've done all these things, it's like, that I think has helped me within the craft that I genuinely do enjoy, which is like, you know, just general 2D art and like concept art. Because like I went to school for that for a little bit after I got out of high school and university. Oh man, I remember in college I got to do clay sculpting and was bummed when my piece broke. Yep. And like, honestly, that's, I think, a part of the beauty of getting to experience those things, is like, because then you can relate to people and be like, oh yeah, man, like, you know, when this happens, and they're like, oh yeah, dog, I totally feel that. And you're like, yeah, like you can, there's a special spice of life that I think happens when you interact with people that understand a part of you, where it's like, you've had a similar experience, you have a similar interest, you have a similar outlook on life, or, you know, or again, it could be something so minuscule as like, oh yeah, we had like the same freaking ice cream flavor, or something so massive as like, we went and experienced stuff in the same art school, or we have experienced the hardships of a certain craft or a certain life experience, where it's like, creating, like, that's where I've learned to value the fact that it's like, I may not be at where I want to be with the skill level and the things that I want to have a skill level in, but I've gotten to experience so much stuff and connect to so many people, and because of all those experiences, I get to easily connect with even more people, because it's like, oh, you play video games? I play video games. Oh, you do art? I've done so many different forms of art. You like music, you like certain movies. It's like, being a jack of all trades is something that I have learned to value, as opposed to think of as like, man, I wish I was better at this one thing. And it's something that I am extremely happy with at this point in time, where it's like, you know, like, I love it so much, because like, I'll be in art streamers chats, and like, I work as a sushi chef. Like, that's the job that I have to, like, you know, pay the bills and buy the things and buy the games. And every time like I'll mention that in like an art streamers chat, they're like, dude, you make sushi? That's so freaking cool. And it's like, I'm sat there like, I mean, I guess it's the thing I need to like pay the bills, but you know, it's not anything that special. But it's something where it's like, even the thing that I do to support the things that, like, the thing that I have to do to support the things that I want to do, it's like, and then I'll have this spin a little. It's like these different facets of my life that it's like, I wish I was doing these other things. It's like, those things are still valuable. Those things that I feel like I just have to do are still something of value. And it makes me appreciate them more, and honestly, it makes it easier to get through the hard days when it's like, I don't want to work, I want to do this instead. But then I'm like, you know what? This is a valuable skill. I'm building up something that'll look great on my resume of being a sushi chef for this is a trade skill at this point. Also, yes, a rogue. I have a star in brainrot. Yes, I'm in the same boat. Since you brought up the man himself, I do have a bit of art that I have made of him, if I can find it. Yes, here's a sketch I did ages ago. I'm very happy with this one. But yeah, I've done that. I've done, where's some more of the sir? Here he is. Some more Starry in there. Do I have more doodles of him in here? Yes. This was back when I tried to play a wizard for a little bit. That was my character. But I've accepted my role as cleric. I've secured my role as cleric because I realize that I am a cleric main. There's another little doodle of him. Do I have any more of him? Oh yeah, this is my old character that I had in an older Baldur's Gate run. And where else? I know I have more of him. There he is. Because this was a piece that I'd started making because the creators or the actor, the voice actor, or both, they confirmed that Astarion is Pan, and one of my other favorite fictional characters. Like, I'm Pan, and so it's like I got super excited because I was like, yes, my favorite like companion in Baldur's Gate. And also, like, I did Deadpool because he's another canonically Pan character, so I drew that, and I was super duper happy with it. If you would like, I can show you a little Astarion pet I had made. I don't really have a main I play, but I enjoy making Astarion a swashbuckler. Ooh, that's fun. I'll have to try that one of these runs. Oh yeah, here's another... Where's the sketch for this one? I started working on line art ages ago for this. You can tell, just like, you can kind of almost feel how old some of this art is, which I love it. But yeah, there's that drawing I did. Oh, this was a finished one that I did. This one I must have posted ages ago. I really like the way the hair turned out for these. Oh, that's just that. Okay. And then, yeah, just some more doodles and sketches. Oh, this one was so good. I loved the, like, I wanted to do some really cool, like, magical... Honestly, I should have this. I should redo this and, like, actually finish this because I really liked the way that this was executed. I have so much fun throwing dirt in people's eyes and running. Yeah, it's a start. And honestly, that's like, I think that's why I really like the dynamic of my character being a cleric and Astarion being like the rogue. That's just like, I'm gonna stay over here and make sure you stay alive with little healing spells. You go mess them up. Go get them. Like, my personal favorite party combo of companions to have with me out in the field is Astarion, Gale, and Karlach. Those are my core three. Those are my favorites. Astarion being my number one. But when it comes to a party setup, having me being a cleric combined with wizard powers, rogue powers, and barbarian powers, oh, we mow through enemies. It's so much fun. And of course, he, as you can tell, he's my favorite romance option as well. I very much enjoy Astarion as a character. I would lose my mind if I could somehow, at a convention I go to someday, run into the guy that voice acts him, because he does such phenomenal work. But I think that's all the Astarion art that I have. I've got tons of other D&D art, but I think that's all the stuff I have for Astarion. Yeah, I think that's it for him. Yeah. I should actually go and work on some stuff for him at some point eventually again. What time is it? It's 1:04. All right, so we got another hour. Nice. Yeah, Neil is super... Oh, let's see. I can't play Karlach very well. However, Astarion, I have him down to a science, to an art. You got your sciences down to an art and your arts down to a science. Neil is super sweet. He seems like it. I genuinely, it's one of those things where it's like, of course, you can't, you can't assume, because it's like, okay, you're seeing only a piece of them as a person. But with like voice actors like that, it's like he's very like active, and like there's so much content of like interviews with him and seeing like him interact with fans. It's like he seems like a very genuinely cool person that I would definitely love to meet. And that's honestly, that's why I did this piece right here for, I think, oh, what is his name? Chester Rustling, I think. He actually has been streaming recently on Twitch because he's the voice actor. So Chester Rustling, you probably know of, because he's the guy that plays Tommy in Stranger Things. And that's where, obviously, like, that's where I first recognized him from. And then I started seeing him more on social media and seeing how sweet he was as a person, and how he's like actually a huge, like, he's a D&D nerd. He plays video games. He actually streams here on Twitch. He's been doing some more now because when they announced Apollo, he's the voice actor for Apollo in, not freaking Dispatch, Deadlock. He's the voice actor for Apollo in Deadlock. And I saw him streaming because, like, I follow him. He's here on Twitch. And I was like reading the title of his stream. Oh, hold on, I gotta clear my throat. Oh my goodness. He was really nice and attentive with my younger brother. Aw, that's nice. Oh my goodness, need to drink some water real quick. Hold on, gotta clear my throat. Okay, much better. But yeah, Chester Wrestling, he's the voice actor for Apollo, and he was playing and was like, Apollo voice actor plays Apollo. And I was like, what? Because like he actually does a pretty considerable amount of voice work in a lot of different medias. A lot of them are like kids cartoons and stuff like that, which I say that with the utmost respect, because I know I'm going to be a grown ass adult man still watching quote unquote kids cartoons till the day I die. And so like a lot of the stuff I recognized him from different little bits and pieces in different shows. And he voice acts a character in like Cookie Run and stuff like that. So there was a bunch of random different things. But obviously, like for me, I think like the role that I think of immediately for him, because of seeing his face so much, is Tommy from Stranger Things. And so it's so funny, the juxtaposition of like him playing this like douchebag high schooler in that series, but then you see anything about him in real life and he's genuinely like the sweetest ray of sunshine ever. He's like so nice. He was so sweet while he was streaming. It's like he was like telling people, he's like, I'm not exactly the best at video games, but I'm doing my best. And like people were giving him tips and like interacting with him, and they're like, dude, you sound just like Apollo. He's like, well, it's funny you should say that. I actually am the voice actor for Apollo. And everyone was so nice. It was so cool. I might have bullied and teased Neil a little when I met him. He seems like the type that could take it and also dish it out in the same way. LMO, that's great. I know. I was so happy. I'm a little bummed because like I tried to send him because like I'm not on Instagram anymore, and that's where he's on socially. And so I tried to send him a little like private DM of the art that I made, because I post on Blue Sky now. But he did say that eventually he might start like having a social on Blue Sky, so I'm kind of excited for that, to maybe send that out to him when he gets on there. But I really wanted him to see it, because I was mentioning in his chat, I was like super excited. I was like, dude, this is so cool that you're voice acting him. I love your work, yada yada yada. And I mentioned that I draw, and I was like, I would love to draw Apollo on an art stream. And he was like, dude, if you make anything, please send it to me. I would love to see that. And of course, my little fanboy ass was like, oh my god, okay, let me make some art like that. And that's why it's like doing stuff like this and engaging with people and actually seeing and feeling the actual emotion and authenticity of like, people love artists. They love interact, and like not even artists in the realms of like drawing, but like artistry in creativity in any form. Like whether you're somebody that does voice acting or music or programming or game design, like it's all art. And so it's so cool to interact with like other people in very different crafts and see them get excited, because it's like they get it. They know how much effort goes into this thing, even though they don't know how to do it, because they have their own craft. And it's such a great thing to just interact with other people in those same like just brain waves. It was really funny because his line was very long, and I finally got to the front and he stepped away from a fan to talk to his handler and then went back. His handler looks at us next in line. It's like, okay, so Neil has to take a quick bathroom break, but you're next. So I'm like, all right, bet. Yeah, like I'm super excited because so like I've been kind of out of the convention going scene for a little while now, and I'm finally so I'm going to be going in late April to Level Up in Las Vegas. And the lineup of guests that are there is so exciting, because it's all of the Critical Role cast, which I'm so excited, because as a perma DM, would be delighted to meet Matt Mercer, because he's done so many cool roles in media and like his realms as a voice actor, but also like that is one of my top three. Like that is one of the holy trinity DMs for me. My top three are Matthew Mercer, Brendan Lee Mulligan, and Griffin McElroy. Those are my holy trinity. Neil comes over shortly after and looks at me, addressing the line, sorry folks, I have to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be back in 5. Without skipping a beat, I go, all right, I'll time you. He looks at me and he's like, now I'm taking 10. That's so good. I love that. Oh, I live for that kind of stuff, because it's like, that's so good. Like I just love interacting with creative people authentically, because it's like, that like that's just him. And something that I love so much about that is like in the realms where it's like you start to see that it's like, oh, this is this person that plays this character, and then you interact with them as a person. It's like, there were moments that you were voice acting where that was just you as a person, and I live for that, because it's like that kind of interaction. I'm like, that's just Astarion. Astarion would do some shit like that, and I love it because it's like, it's that duality of like the art versus the artist, where it's like, you are your own individual, yes, but it's really cool to see how you're like, I think all people, but I think creatives especially, it's like being a stained glass window, where it's like the light source will always be the same. It's the same light source, but all those special little colors and refractions and pieces, it's like, it's super duper fun to get to see in all of those different creations. It's like, I recognize that. My brother went up to him and said, "Hello, Astarion," and he answered in character. It was really cute. Oh, that's so good. Dude, I felt the same way when I introduced, like, because I was into nerd culture way, like, really heavily, and kind of like my family, like my dad and like my little brother came to a Comic-Con in Vegas with me one time, and my dad was like, dude, this is so cool. And like they went off and wandered around, and when we grew back up, he was like, dude, look at all these cool pictures I got. Because like me and my little brother are huge Spider-Man fans. Like we both love Spider-Man, and it's like I'm older, and it's like I love the media and the character and this and that, and I'm like, and then I have my little brother who's like a young child who's like, I love Spider-Man the person. And so there was so many pictures that he took with Spider-Man cosplayers, and you could just see how excited he was of like, dude, no, I'm not interacting with a cosplayer cosplaying Spider-Man. I am interacting with Peter Parker himself. Like, oh, and between that and then like my dad's, like all these different generations of nerdery, where it's like, you've got my little baby brother who is like, dude, that's a superhero. Because like I remember another one that was at that specific convention was there was like a hawk girl cosplayer, and she had made these massive functioning wings and was like taking pictures, and my dad was like showing them to me, and he had like, because I had spotted them and I was like, oh, that's so cool. And then my dad, after we kind of went our separate ways to look at stuff and came back together, he was like, dude, did you see this person? I was like, yeah. And so it's like, from his level, he's just like, he's astonished at just the level of like passion that these people have. And then my little brother, who's just like, dude, I'm interacting with real superheroes. And then there's me that's like loving the artistry of all of it and wanting to talk to the people about their process and talking to them as the artist and not the art. And it was just like, having those interactions is genuinely one of the coolest things in the world to me. Like, no matter how you appreciate it or what you love about those creative things, it's like everybody still has appreciation for it. Because like, for instance, like for this most recent convention I'm going to go to at Level Up, like I've recently, not even recently, I've gotten my dad into the cartoons of like Vox Machina and Mighty Nine, because my dad, like, I feel like my dad would love D&D, but I also feel like he does not have the patience to sit with something that takes a little bit more logistics. He just loves the like role-playing aspect of it. And so I was like, okay, you probably wouldn't like the podcast in its raw form, but they are making an animated series, and my dad has an appreciation for cool animated shit, because like he grew up watching like old school and like original Ghost in the Shell, the oh, there's so many other movies. What is one of them? But like old anime. And like he has an appreciation for that because that's what he grew up with. And so I gave him that show. Yeah, the cons are always fun. Yeah, so I gave him that show as a way to be like, hey, I love this because of everything it's made of, but I know you will love the humor in this and like the cool ass animation and magical effects and like epicness of it. And he instantly fell in love with it. So it's like I'm telling him stuff where I'm like, hey, I'm going to be going to a convention, and you know, my dad has an affinity. He loves the bard characters. He loves the super duper showy, super jokey characters. And so he loves like Scanlan's character in the animated show. And so I was like, hey dad, guess where I'm going to be going? I'm going to be going to interact with the guy that played that character. And like, you know, they're all voice actors. So he voice acted that character. And so I can see him light up like, dude, that's so cool. So it's like, but also in the realms where it's like, he doesn't need to go meet these people. He appreciates it for what it is, but he also now has a deeper understanding of just how cool these things are. And because like both of my parents, like my dad's a hospitality and food and beverage guy, and my mom's like a health and wellness and sports person that like was a college softball athlete and like does sports medicine and is into a variety of health and wellness practices. So it's like both of these two dichotomies of people having a kid like me where it's like I'm into art and Dungeons and Dragons and going to comic book conventions and stuff like that. They both like while they do not 100% understand the technicalities of all of those things, it's still something where I know they have, like, they've always been so supportive, where it's like my mom has been like the biggest cheerleader. My dad has been the one that like I can nerd out with because he's like an old school nerd. Like he grew up on original Transformers. Like he loves watching like all these older cool pop culture movies and like niche movies. And so it's like I can relate to him in the realms of like nerdery and like media literacy and like delving into things and like breaking things down and like, oh, those practical effects were so cool. And it's like I love that they both didn't shy away from the fact that they both were honest and were like, hey, like my mom would pick me up from D&D sessions and be like, so did you have fun? I'm like, yeah. And I like would tell her all of this cool shit that happened, and I could see her eyes, like she was smiling, but there was a little glaze over of like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but you sound passionate about it and I'm going to support it and I'm going to take you to places that I know that will fill that because I know that I can't. And I respect the hell out of both of them for that they both were very honest of like, hey, we may not know all the technicalities of everything that goes into this and everything that you do, but just know that we see what you're doing and we are so like supportive and proud of it. My brother has never been to one, and Neil was his first famous person he has met in real life. Yeah, like that is so cool. That's genuinely such a cool experience to be able to have, because like I was fortunate enough at the convention where I was talking about where like my dad saw like the Hawkgirl cosplayer and like my brother was like baby brother was like interacting with Spider-Man cosplayers. When I was hanging out with my friends at that convention, it was a Comic-Con in Vegas where Stan Lee was, and I was super excited because like we managed to like spot him like giving talks, but a lot of the stuff that he was hosting, he had to pay for it, of course. And so I was just excited to just be there of like, holy shit, that's Stan Lee over there. That's so cool that I'm here in the same building as him. And so I had a buddy of mine that I was hanging out with that I'm friends with still. And they were like, hey, they had a different friend that was going to come with them to do a picture with Stan Lee. And like, they tapped me and were like, hey, that buddy of ours is sick. Do you want to come with us and go take a picture with Stan Lee? And dude, I wish I had a picture of what my face looked like, because I literally was like jaw dropped and was like, yeah, are you kidding me? And so I'm just standing there in line like, holy shit, I am about to interact with the man that like is the freaking father of like everything that I love as far as Marvel. I was genuinely just like the whole time in line, I was like, bro, I gotta lock in because I'm about to meet a literal living legend. And the craziest part about that interaction is, I kid you not, maybe like a month or two later after that event and taking a picture with him and getting to interact with him for a moment, he passed away like a month or two, maybe 3 months max after that event. And when I read that, I was devastated, I was like, okay, he's an old guy, it was going to happen. But like, it just hit so hard because I was like, if I was not at that event, I would never have gotten to meet him ever. Like he was gone. And I was just like, it made me feel so much more grateful and appreciative, and almost drove me to want to interact with creative events like that even more. Cause I'm like, dude, that was my one shot and I got it. And I was like, I can't, like, I have to continue to engage in this way and engage with people. And like, I have like these lists of people where it's like, I would love to meet this person, interact with this person. I'm like, I gotta manifest this shit, because that was like the biggest creative wake up call for me. It's insane to think about, to be honest. It really was, like, even as a kid, because I was young, I was like, I think maybe like a freshman in high school at the time, maybe like just honestly, I think I might have actually been in like middle school. Yeah, I think it was maybe late middle school that happened. We met the hitchhiker actor from 2 OG Texas Chainsaw movies because he's getting up there in age too. Wow. That's crazy. That's so cool. Like, yeah, like, and something that I think is the craziest is just like when you interact with a person, when they're just a person, you know, like, because it'll get hyped up when it's like, oh, you're at an art event or you're at a convention where it's like, this is celebrating this specific artistry and creativity. But being able to just see them as like a person as well, like both of them, I feel like that duality is just so powerful because it's like, you deserve this. Like, obviously, you know, there's still the balance you need to have where it's like, okay, don't be weird about it, don't be like crazy about it, but it's also so cool to think that it's like that these people, I don't think just understand the scope of just how much hope they give to like the little baby creatives, that it's like you just get to live your life and be an amazing person for the most part. Obviously that doesn't go for every single person out there in the creative fields because not everybody is the same, but a good portion of that creative community, it's like getting to watch these interviews or getting to interact with them. It's like, dude, you are the coolest freaking person ever. And yes, part of that is your art, but it's also just because you are a cool person and the fact that you have the opportunity to have a platform. He was actually down the road from me. I lived near the house they filmed that movie in. He was there for an event, so it was really cool to meet him. Yeah, oh, that totally reminds me. One of my birthdays, I think either a year or 2 years ago, probably, I think it was last year, because I think last year's when Thunderbolts came out, because we went to go see the Thunderbolts movie in this, like, the movie theater was connected to a mall, and so we had went to this went into the mall because we'd gotten to the movie didn't start until a little bit later. And so we were wandering around the mall, and there's this comic book shop that I love that's in that particular mall. And so immediately I beeline it there because they're like, dude, it's your birthday. We're going to go over to the comic book shop before we go see Thunderbolts. So I was like, okay. And so we went over, and apparently my birthday just so happens to fall on national, there's an event a lot of comic book places, like, not even celebrate, but they host. It's like National Free Comic Book Day or something like that. And I think it was like we saw it on May 2nd. Like a Marvel movie always comes around that first week of May, which is when my birthday is. And so we went to the comic book shop, and it just so happened that that was the free comic book day. And something that this particular comic shop that I love so much was doing is they were hosting a small little pop-up event. And when we walked into the door, 2 of the actors from, I think it's called the Oracle. No, not the Oracle. No, the Orville. The Orville, I think. It's the Seth MacFarlane, like, created a sci-fi show that's like a reference to things like Star Trek, and they made their own independent sci-fi series, but it's really well done. It's a lot of like really great actors, a few comedians, and it's really well written, and it's a really good series. And I had started watching a little bit of it because my dad loves Seth MacFarlane stuff. My dad idolizes him. He's like, I wish I could be a cool ass funny voice actor like that guy. Like, that's the dream. And so it's like when I heard he was making a sci-fi series, I was like, oh, this is going to be amazing. And it was the perfect balance of comedy, of serious addressing of topics. It's an amazing series. I genuinely need to watch more of it. And I had just started watching. Oh geez, iPad, come on, we're trying to talk here. Well, anyways, continuing with my story, we went into we went into the comic book shop, and the 2 of the people there from that show were just sat there, and one of the guys, again, I get so bummed because it's like I didn't know what the character's name was, but it's like I recognized who the character was, and that particular character was my favorite character from the series. And so I walked in, I was like, dude, those are the guys from that one series, because my partner and a buddy was there, and I was like, do you know that series? And they were like, yeah. I'm like, dude, that's the actors for them. And so we walk in, and they were the 2 coolest guys I've, like, ever interacted with, and it was so cool. And I was like nerding out with them because it was like right at the end of the event and no one was really there, and I was like, it's so amazing that you guys are just chilling here. I was so ecstatic because I was like, I know what you guys are from. And one of the actors, he plays a character where the particular alien race that they created for this character, all of the species is male. All the species are men. And there's the whole cultural thing is that it's like they identify men as the stronger race in their culture, and even if a part of their species, one of their species, is born a woman, they make them become a man. And they delve into some very, very heavy but very well done topics. And there's a storyline where that character and his partner have a child, and the child is born a girl. And because he's a part of this, you know, like Star Trek-esque organization, he, who has been a part of this, you know, organization for so long, is like, I think it's okay if we let her be. But the partner, who has been more engaged with the culture and being at home, is like, no. And so they go through an amazing storyline with that. But the actor, I was like telling him, I was like, I genuinely want to thank you for creating such an being a part of such an amazing series and portraying a character with a topic that a lot more people need to see and be able to be exposed to, whether it's to help educate people or whether it's to help support people to be seen. And we just got into this really cool conversation. And there was I was like, I gotta buy something. Because he had like a couple prints and stuff like that. I was like, there was an art print that he had that was like a traditional made piece of the character that he plays in. I think the series is called The Orville, but in that series, he had like a print there of his art, or like of what I didn't realize is, so it was a print of his character. I was like, oh, hey, can I buy this and get you to sign it? And he was like, yeah, you can buy it. And I already signed it. And he was like, I drew this. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, this is my art. He had made a batch of a bunch of them. And I think that was like one of the last few that he had. And I was like, dude, like I said, I was like, dude, this is the coolest freaking birthday ever. He's like, it's your birthday? I was like, yeah, that's why we're here. We're seeing Thunderbolts for my birthday. And he just handed me the print that he drew and he signed. That was only, I think there was like less than 100 of them. Maybe there was like 70 of them that he had made, maybe even less than that. I have to go double check because of course I still have the print. And it wasn't even a print. It was his art. And so, or it might have just been a print that he made of that traditional piece of art. I wasn't entirely sure. I think it was an actual handmade piece, and like it was on that. And so I was like, just jaw dropped. I was like, dude, you need to know, this is the coolest freaking birthday ever. I'm so happy I had this interaction with you. And so I walked out, and we walked to go see the Thunderbolts movie. And that was like genuinely one of the coolest birthdays I think I've ever had. And it's like interactions like that, fucking meeting Stan Lee, like all that kind of stuff. It's like, it has energized me more. Like I live in Colorado now, and Colorado's got a very big like casual nerd culture, but it has a very, very popular like Ren Fair culture. Like specifically in Colorado, there's a Ren Fair that happens that they actually have a real built up like city with like actual buildings that they host a Ren Fair. It lasts for 2 months, and every weekend within those 2 months, it's a different Ren Fair theming. Like they'll have like the pirate weekend and the lovers weekend of like for like going with your partner or whatever, and like it's super romantic and sweet. And that just happened. So it's like, now that I'm an adult with my own money and like I'm able to engage in these things more actively, I'm like, dude, these things, I would much rather invest my money into these things than anything else. Like I obviously make sure that my needs are met and I'm living well. But outside of that, I'm like, dude, I want to go to Ren Fairs. I want to go to conventions. I want to start streaming more, maybe build up a platform. Dude, the most amazing thing is if I would get enough of a platform to eventually go, because like there's a Comic-Con here that has started to build up some traction, and last year I believe we went, and the whole cast of Avatar, almost the whole cast of Avatar: The Last Airbender was there, and I got to, my partner's favorite character from that is Zuko, and I got to have an interaction with the voice actor and let my partner go and interact with the guy. I was like, that was so cool. Oh yes, my roommate wants to go to a Ren Fair. They're so fun, genuinely. Like, they're one of the coolest things I think you can do, because whether you're someone that like wants it more for like more in-depth experience, or you just want to be exposed to the culture, there is something for everybody at a Ren Fair, genuinely. Like, obviously not all the Ren Fairs that are out there are going to be the same, but it's still something where it's a genuinely really cool experience to get to go to one. Like, just the level of craftsmanship, because it's like at a Ren Fair, you'll turn a corner and you'll see someone that's selling like genuine like swords or like weapons or artistry or craftsmanship, that it's like, you know, you got your people that are selling like, you know, there's food and there's music and there's these events and stuff like that, but the level of craftsmanship and artistry that exists at events like those, because it's levels of artistry and technicality that it's like you're not really used to seeing all that often, where it's like these gorgeously intricately made pieces of clothing and accessories and household objects and little trinkets and things like that, where it's like you're not really used to seeing stuff like that just walking around one. And honestly, like, if you're gonna go, even if it's just a little bit dressed up, go and like immerse yourself in that experience. It is genuinely one of the coolest things. I met Joe Keery for myself and met Hawk and snagged an autograph for my friend. Jealous. I would be so excited if I got to meet Joe Keery. He's also cool. Cause dude, you're an actor and you're a freaking music artist. Dope. So cool. I was only interested in Joe, but stood in line for Maya for the autograph for a friend. Yeah. And like, genuinely, that's also part of it, where it's like you get to have that interaction with this person that it's like you probably wouldn't have on your own, but a lot of the times you end up interacting with people like that, and they're really cool people. And so it's like, it's nice to be able to do that and then be able to go back and be like, hey, guess what I got for you? And they're like, oh my God, like that whole interaction in general sounds like such an amazing one, that it's like you get to interact with a cool person, and then you get to go and interact with somebody that, you know, like your friend or whatever, that really is like excited about those types of things. And that's so cool. Like, genuinely, that's such a cool thing to be able to do. And it's definitely something for me where it's like I'm entering those realms as I get older, where it's like I need to like get serious about having fun, which sounds weird, but I genuinely think that it's something where it's like you need to be. Oh, my Apple Pencil's getting low on battery. That's okay. Well, 20%, it's fine. I'm good. It'll last for another 30 minutes. We're fine. But like, genuinely, it's something where it's like at this point in time, especially as an adult, it's like you only have so much time and energy, you know, like you were saying before, where it's like it's a currency. It's a valuable currency. And it's like, people I think need to be okay with being serious about getting invested in the things that they genuinely want to. Because it's like, of course, you know, you're going to have the things that you need to be like there and present for, as far as like, okay, I need to make money. I need to have a roof over my head. If you have like pets or kids, like I need to take care of these things and people as well. Like I need to take care of these creatures. And it's like, yes, that is very important. Do that. But also, I think on a certain level, as far as an individual, it's like you still need to make time for yourself as an individual. Joe's really sweet, but I dropped 1K for him. Yeah, especially, and that's why I think I love these like super big actors and characters and artists, but that's also something for me too, where it's like understanding my own means and resources, where this is not the one I wanted. Where I understand my own resources, and that it's like, if I ever do get the chance, great. And if it's like, obviously, like in that case, if it's too much money, or if anything, if it is a lot of money and I do have the resources, it's like, if it's something I can comfortably do and not, you know, overextend my resources or myself, I'm gonna do it. Like, that's just what's gonna happen, is that it's like I'm gonna stop having this mindset like I need to constantly be in the mode of, well, I have to think about all these extra things, and it's like there's a time and a place for that, yes, but that shouldn't have to be it, you know? Like, there should be something that you are free to do more than just what you have to, and genuinely enjoy that for what it is. Oh, actually, hold on. These are on 2 separate layers. Did not realize that. And so it's like that's kind of where my mind has been at, where it's like that's what I'm going to focus my energy and attention on, is getting to that point. Oh, it wasn't 1K at once. It was overtime. Ah, okay. Honestly, with how big of a like star he is and like all the stuff that he's engaged with, I would not be surprised. There we go. He had a meet and greet that was in $350 and only 20 slots. I had it in my savings, so I did it. Sold out in like 30 minutes. Yep, that's another thing. Like, that's why for me it's like I genuinely have really enjoyed being like interactive with like the Twitch community and like Twitch artists, because it's like I know that I will not always have the resources or ability to do all the crazy cool things that I want to do to go meet people. I know at a certain point in time I probably will and have the resources to, and when I get there I will be very excited. But I know in the meantime, it's like I really love the fact that it's like there's a good amount of social media and things that exist. Salutations! Mono Musa, welcome! Look at this. Oh, honestly, I might just extend stream to be a little bit longer, because I was only planning on going till 2. But we might go a little bit longer and hang out. Welcome in! I've just been drawing, honestly, a bunch of stuff today. We've been chilling out a little bit more and like hanging out on the sketch page, but I have gotten a good amount of stuff done. I started out today with, where was it? Right here. No. Yes? Maybe? I think it was this one. Yeah. We started out with just some basic hand sketches just to kind of get warmed up, which I like how those turned out. And then I had drawn a little sketch and I created this new PNG Tuber model. The model obviously is not in PNG Tuber Plus yet, but I have all the assets ready to be transported in, because next stream that I plan on doing, I want to do some more D&D things. And so I was like, you know, I could have it where I'm just drawing, but it's like I want to get into the D&D headspace. You know, I want to get immersed. So I was like, I need to make a PNG tuber that really captures that essence. Yeah, I'm excited to do it. And then after that, I was still kind of in the D&D mood, so I took my little guys for like my account for my channel, and I was like, okay, let's assign them different classes. And so I've just been drawing them in their various forms, which I think we have enough time to get through the last one, our little ranger for this guy. So yeah, I've just been drawing those today. And we just all been chit-chatting and hanging out, which has been great. And I'm super duper happy, because it's like, I think this is the first stream other than one where I got a big raid from Blue Bites You, which was a phenomenal time. But like, it's baby steps, sure, but like we're sitting at an average, like I think we have like almost 5 viewers in here right now, which obviously, saying that out loud, it's not a lot, but it's also a lot for me, because it's like the last step that I need to hit Twitch affiliate is to hit an average viewership of 3 viewers a stream. And so once I get to that point, then I'll be able to add in a lot more fun stuff. It was fun talking. I'm gonna go play Phasmophobia. I'll lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are all good to lurk. All of it helps. Like I was just talking about before, just the average viewership is the last hurdle I need to get over, because once I do, I'll be able to give my viewers access to have channel points. And I already have quite a few ideas for like the redeems. Pretty simple ones, like, you know, water redeem, stretch redeem, like question redeem, or like something that anybody wants to ask, or like have it be something that like gets said out loud with like Twitch's text-to-speech feature, which I'll figure out. But the one I'm most excited for is the drawing request one. Oh, and sorry, I haven't been here for the past few streams. I wanted to, but time zone's stuck and I've been busy. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Genuinely, I know that like platforms like this, it's something where it's like everybody's all over the place, all these different time zones. I try to be preemptive and like share when I'm going to stream or when I plan to stream. And of course I always have my like regular scheduled Wednesday 2 to 4:30 streams. But by no means is there any expectation to upkeep with what I'm doing, because my schedule is all over the place. So like I try to every beginning of every week, like I did for, you know, this week's streams, I made sure to like post when I knew I was going to be live, which I'm going to continue to do that more. And I actually do need to make an updated one for this upcoming week. Because I've been getting into a better groove with drawing and stuff like that. And I'm super excited too, because like now that I have this, it's making me feel more energized to actually start creating some stuff for my like in real world D&D campaign stuff. And actually get a new campaign idea going, because adult schedules are hard, and so I've been wanting to recreate a campaign, or not even recreate, just start to create a different kind of campaign and kind of revamp everything to where instead of it being a linear story campaign, I want to do and run something that feels more like a guild almost style campaign, where every single session is just a one shot, where it's a self-contained adventure that it's like it's a one and done. You know, we'll remember some of the characters or something like that. I'll keep note of all the characters that they interact with, but that way, whoever shows up, it's like, cool, these are the adventures in the guild that show up for this specific quest, and then adjust it if I need to from there, depending on how many or few people are there. And then I feel like doing that would give be a little less pressure. I don't know what that is. Anyways, but I feel like doing something like that would be a little bit less pressure on the people that are playing, because a lot of people that I know really do love playing D&D and want to play D&D, but a lot of the times with a more linear story where it's like everybody has to be there for it to make sense, it can get pretty rough, just because it's like you can feel bad, I think, and I know I do, because it's like I know that there are people that really, really want to play, but just don't have the available time or energy to, which it's like that's what comes with playing D&D when you have, you know, so many different people trying to play together and all the different schedules and stuff like that. Like, it's something that happens, and it's something I understand, and it's totally fine. So I'm like, okay, how can I create some kind of ease on that pressure, some kind of solution to that problem? And so I was like, okay, well, if I create a campaign that functions more like they are in like an adventurers guild, and that there is a pool of people, and then maybe even I could build up some, you know what, that would be a great idea if at a certain point I get enough viewers on where we could build up some of the cast of the NPC adventurers that I can throw into the mix every now and then, because I really want to utilize my Twitch platform as a way to do like D&D planning and like artworks and like different maybe like items or NPCs or environments or one-shot concepts, where it's like I feel like this would be eviscerate the bot. Honestly, I've been chill with them, because I think they do count as viewers in my stream, because right now I'm just trying to get over the small hurdle of hitting Twitch affiliate, which is getting the average 3 viewership for my stream. So I think once I hit affiliate, I'll probably be a little bit more on it with like getting those things out of here. But for now, I'm like, all right, if you'll contribute to me hitting Twitch affiliate faster, fair enough. Exactly. I'm like, I gotta do what I gotta do. And if that's all I gotta do is just wait it out a little bit longer, let a few bots in every now and then, just so I can hit to Twitch affiliate and then eviscerate them, then that's what I gotta do. And that's okay. All right, what are we working on? Ranger. How's it going though? Like, are you at 2.7 or something? That is a great question. I'm not actually sure. Let me actually check. I think I can go into my stream manager on my phone, or like the creator dashboard, and see what my statistics are looking like. Yeah, creator dashboard. Let's check. Analysis. Analytics. Well, it doesn't look like I can really see it on this end, so I'll have to check once I turn stream off to go into, because I think it's only on the desktop version that you can see that, like, there's a little part that what is it? Stream manager. There we go. There's a little part in like the desktop version where you can go and see like it's like, I think it's like an achievement section. So you can see like the progress of like hitting the benchmarks of like a Twitch partner, a Twitch affiliate, all that fun stuff. And so that is something where I will need to look at that, but I'm not entirely sure. But I think we're getting close. I think we're getting closer and closer every day. We're hitting higher viewerships every other stream. So I think it's just kind of going through and just staying consistent with it, which is what I've been doing. And so now that I have these other things where it's like I've got this new, like the little PNG tuber model that I'm going to probably try to get set up sometime this week, because I do work a little bit more this week than I have in past weeks. So I want to make sure I do have good energy for streaming and everything like that. So now that I've got a little bit more creative juices flowing for ideas for like D&D and like energy for that, it'll be good to be able to get something invested in that end. And then this guy, that's gonna be our little ranger. But yeah, I think we are getting fairly close. So I'm excited about that, because like genuinely the thing that I was most excited for was being able to have the option for like my own channel points, to be able to have people redeem it for stuff like drawing requests. Queen OST, my beloved. Yeah, I've been trying to post my VODs to YouTube, and occasionally I'll hit the unfortunate, like, oh, well, this is restricted content, so it's going to mute for this section. So thankfully, the glorious beloved that is Toby Fox, all of his music from Undertale and Deltarune, I think, is something where it's like, it's technically, it is copyrighted, but it's not like something where it's like he's put it out there that's like you are allowed to use it for your YouTube stuff, for your stream stuff, and you won't get flagged for it. And honestly, that's kind of where I prefer this kind of stuff anyways. And like, I love Undertale soundtrack and Deltarune soundtrack so much, so it's kind of just been my default that I go to, so that way I'm able to post my VOD safely, which is good. And very, very helpful to have, because it's like it's perfect background music, and it's also recognizable background music, which is also kind of nice. It's good stuff for just chill vibes all around. But yeah, something I do want to look into though is I want to check and see, Toby Fox is a lazy musical genius. Genuinely, he is I think he has mastered the art of lazy creative, because like, when I look, like, if you go and look up the like concept art for Undertale and Deltarune, and you see the stuff that like Toby Fox himself has drawn to like then give to his artist people to work on, it's so interesting just how simple the stuff is that he makes, but just how perfectly the energy and essence is captured for what he's trying to communicate creatively. It's so good. And like, even learning a bit about the background of Undertale, and that like apparently the game's coding is apparently like a huge mess, but it functions. It's like, that to me, I'm like, he is one of my favorite creatives that I look up to, because I'm like, dude, you just were like, I'm gonna make a thing, and then you did it, and it's amazing. Like, it's like you focused more on the energy of the story and the vibes, rather than getting too caught up in all of the technicalities that come with that, which I'm like, that's how it should get done. That's genius that you did that. Don't forget that he reused the exact same track multiple times with a few edits to make things entirely different themes. Exactly. And it's like, to some degree you can call that lazy, sure, but at the same time it's still something where it's like, when done intentionally and like in a way that works within the realms of whatever story you're trying to make, that's genius. Like, genuinely, I will like be listening to music, and a certain track, a few certain tracks will pop up from the Undertale soundtrack, from the Deltarune soundtrack. Like, genuinely playing Deltarune and hearing certain themes or interacting with certain characters, that it's like, oh my god, that's that's from Undertale. Like, that's a reference to something specifically from Undertale, a certain story element. And it's like, I'll admit it, I've cried playing those games, like, because they've existed for a good portion of my life, that it's like I will just hear certain tunes of Toby Fox's stuff out in the wild and be like, oh, right, nostalgia, this is what this feels like. And it's some powerful shiz. It's pretty crazy how intense that kind of stuff can hit you. And then and then there's this. And then there's Sans Undertale. But all in all, I love me some Toby Fox music. Genuinely, it was so funny when Deltarune, the first chapter, first dropped, and Spamton's theme dropped. I legit listened to it so much on Spotify that, like, I think I was in, like, the top 5%, maybe even higher percentage, or like higher ranking of, like, Toby Fox music listeners just because of that song. Oh, these two back to back is a wild tonal shift. They did the same exact thing with the themes in Undertale, like how Heartache, Toriel's theme, is an Asgore's theme, and all of the references. Yes. Like, to me, I'm like, whether you count that as lazy or not, that's still genius. Like, lazy genius is a powerful genius, because it's like, you hear that and you're just like, oh, like, it doesn't take a lot, but if you know exactly where to hit with the exact right amount of pressure creatively, you can do some powerful stuff. Let me see. I'll make a little bow for this guy. Right? That's how it's... Yeah, that's how this works. It's genius in a story sense as well. 100% it is. And honestly, I think the simpler visuals and music makes you focus more on the story. Like, the fact that it's pretty simple and repetitive stuff, it works for it very, very well. Yeah, it's genuinely one of my, like, probably easily in my top 5 favorites. I definitely do have a preference for Undertale, because that's where my nostalgia lies, but Deltarune is still a wonderful, wonderful masterpiece in itself of, like, improvement from creative improvement from Toby Fox, just with the realms of, you know, music and the expanse of the world that we get to see. But yeah, Undertale has my heart for sure. Death by Glamour and Ghost Fight are my favorite Undertale themes. Those are both so good. Yes, yeah. I would say, yeah, because, like, the one I definitely have listened to the most is probably both of Spamton's themes. Is, like, more casual when he's his little squishy form, and then his, like, big boss battle music. Both of those I'm a big fan of. Oh, I just spit all over my screen. Jesus. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Death by Glamour, classic. Honestly, any of the stuff that is, like, I do love a lot of the music from Deltarune. Like, I love a lot of the music that's in that one, just because it's a lot more fun and fresh and, like, new, you know? Like, a lot of that stuff does definitely strike a good chord with me. And, like, every single one of those songs, I think, has their varieties of, like, why they are so good, whether it's on a technical level or whether it's on, like, an emotional, like, heartstrings level. This theme always makes me emotional. I don't know why. Genuinely, I think it has something to do with the fact that it's, like, a good portion of people that interact with this media interacted with it when they were kids. And now that we're growing up, it's like, oh, like, the essence of childhoods are captured in these songs. Like, genuinely. Yeah, definitely a lot of the more gentle music certainly strikes a chord with a lot of people, I think. I'm old though, not too old, but at least older than Pokemon. Yeah, I like it's interesting because like a lot of media like that where it's like people reference stuff that it's like, you know, people grew up with stuff where it's like certain cartoons or like shows or Pokemon. Like for me it's like a lot of that stuff, it's like I didn't really have access to it in the same way that a lot of other people that are around my age did. And so like even though like, so I even think about stuff where it's like Minecraft and stuff like that, like I didn't grow up playing it in the same ways that a lot of other kids my age did, but it's like there's still, I can still feel a lot of the power of like the peace and calm within a lot of the music within Minecraft. But it's like Undertale is truly what has really stuck with me, because it was like one of the first few like story video games that I had actually played for myself and interacted with and gotten connected to, that it's like that has been what has stuck with me in such a powerful way. And like the story is so wonderful and just so many great elements from so many different angles as a creative. Right, I'm gonna give this guy a little hood. Yeah. Short cape. Or just kind of a hood on. Give him little short sleeves. But yeah, Undertale has gotten my nostalgia mostly. Between that and I would say a lot of like Marvel, not even Marvel media, just more like Marvel characters. Yeah, really baggy hoods. I'm thinking I'm gonna give him that for like the little ranger trying to hide up in the trees, but not too much constrictive layers, because it's like you got to be able to be a bit more nimble but still quiet. Let's see, we'll have him have just like a little shirt basically, and then some short little pants. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Okay. But yeah, between that and then honestly a lot of like D&D, it's interesting because it's like D&D is like something where it's like when people are playing it, it's like it doesn't even have to be a specific story. There are definitely like characters that I've made where it's like I remember them and their stories, and it's just like, oh, like that's such a powerful thing. And then this actually has to be the other way. And then I gotta fix the shine on the eyes where that is. Oops. Oop, too large. But like anytime I listen to a D&D podcast, okay, you know what? No. One that definitely has my heart and I will literally cry every time I get to certain story parts is The Adventure Zone. Specifically their first campaign. Oh, they recently, so their graphic novel they have, that they're releasing a new one that's going to drop, I think, within the next couple of months, that I pre-ordered and I'm so excited for. But yeah, I've collected almost all, like I've collected up to this point all of the graphic novels they have for that campaign. And oh my gosh, literally anytime I re-listen to that podcast, I genuinely get so emotional like during certain story elements, because like the fact that it's like, because it's three brothers and their dad playing a D&D game, right? So for the most part, it starts off as pretty much all goofs and jokes, with the occasional like, okay, we're still professional like radio people, like their dad's been on professional radio air before, and like I know he's probably so proud of his kiddos because they're doing podcasts and they're doing something in a similar fashion. and they're all just being nerds at a table. But because they are family, they also understand each other on a deep unspoken level that unless you are in a good, healthy relationship with that family member, that family group, the stuff that they delve into and the way they take it seriously, they have these moments in that podcast where I genuinely am like, oh, like it hits you hard, where it's like, damn, they really just went from all goofs to the saddest shit you've ever heard. And oh, it's, yeah, I re-listen to it like every few months, because it is genuinely like, that is the podcast that got me into Dungeons and Dragons, was the Adventure Zone. Because like, you know, you have the big names where it's like you have Critical Role, you have Dimension 20, you have these very official feeling D&D things, these very almost just regal and powerful stories. And those are something that I enjoy so much and could talk about all day. But unfortunately for now, our time is up for today. I know that my partner gets off of work soon, and they're probably going to want to hang out, whether that's just chilling at home or whether we go out to eat. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here. Thank you for everybody that has come around towards the end. I will post on my Blue Sky, as well as I will also try to post, remember to post a little picture of my schedule on my like Twitch story, because I guess Twitch has stories now, to show off when my stream schedule is, because unfortunately, unless I'm an affiliate, I can't add in specific streams, which is so weird. On like my Twitch schedule, it's like you only get to have one and you can only have it recur every single week. So I only have that for my Wednesday streams, which of course, you know, if you ever in doubt, when I have my streams on Wednesdays, when I will always be here every week. But I will look through my schedule for this upcoming week and get a little schedule drawing posted like this one, to do any other bonus streams other than my mainly scheduled one. But this stream went really great. Viewership is slowly crawling and creeping up, which means that I can offer more fun channel things for you guys. I will be, as soon as I hit affiliate, I will be working on some fun emotes, both ones that will be for free that you can use just by being a follower, and ones that, you know, will be potentially for subscription. I won't do a lot of those. I'll mainly try to keep to the free ones, just because I'm still very new and I don't want to ask that of anybody. Yeah, I know, right? Twitch has stories. It's so weird. I feel like it's a brand new thing, but yeah, so I will try to post that schedule on Twitch stories as well, just so that anybody that's primarily here and not on Blue Sky, because I know Blue Sky is a fairly new social media platform, but Blue Sky is where I do post most of my finished works and any of my schedule announcements for when I am going to be streaming other than just my usual Wednesday. So that's where you can look just to check. Even if you don't have a Blue Sky, you can check out my account, and that's where that schedule will be. And then again, I will try to post and remember to post it on a Twitch story so that it's all in this platform as well. But yeah, we're slowly climbing up in viewership, which means I'm super close to hitting Twitch affiliate. I bet I'm going to double check on how I'm doing, but all my other benchmarks have been completed. So as soon as I do hit Twitch affiliate, Blue Sky is my shameful Twitter. No judgment here. Everybody uses their social media differently. I have zero judgment. But yeah, so as soon as we do hit Twitch affiliate, I will go ahead and, you know, start working on some emotes on stream. I will get everything set up for some fun channel point rewards so that people can redeem for me to draw some things that they might like when we see me draw, or ask some questions. Obviously, it won't be too big of a deal when we're first starting out, because, you know, viewership's small. I'm pretty attentive when it comes to checking on chat and everything like that. And I do need to be better about posting the VODs up on my YouTube channel, which if you want to follow that, if you ever want to have access to the past streams, that's where that'll be. I'm a few streams behind, so I do need to get those posted and uploaded and everything like that. But yeah, we will see what this week looks like. I know for sure that I'm working on Monday, unfortunately, and I think possibly even Tuesday. I'm a little busier this week, but I will make sure to make as much time as I can for some more art streams, because we're getting closer. We're getting closer and closer every stream, and I appreciate everybody that has been here. So thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of your day.